Good afternoon. Here we go again. Another Sunday on 40 People by the People. I have my good friend from Vancouver right there, Sariang Morong, in Fatu Jaumane. It's good to see you guys again. And then we will be joined in the next 10-15 minutes by Pasamba Jau, who's running late. The first hour, we are going to be having a conversation with Hussein Bobb. He's the national spokesperson for APP-SOBEYA. Good afternoon, Mr. Bobb. How you doing, sir?
Good afternoon, Musa. Thank you for having me on today, and thank you for the invitation. Good afternoon to our viewers and those that are listening across various platforms. I'm happy to be here.
Thank you. And we are honored to have you on the program. I guess it was in the middle of the week that I was able to get your number, and I extend the invitation, and you said it's okay. You're definitely looking forward to coming to the platform, and we are indeed honored to have you on.
Thank you.
So the first hour we're going to be having, we're going to be talking to Hussein Bobb, and then of course in the second hour we will be joined by Madi Jobate, and we will be talking about the issues of the week. It's been a very, very busy week, so it's going to be a very interesting Sunday. Mr. Bobb.
Indeed.
So, you are the national spokesperson of APP-SOBEYA.
I am.
Of SFL.
Mm-hmm.
Who is Bobb, and how did you become the national spokesperson?
Well, that's an interesting question. Where do I begin from? Well, my name is Hussein Bobb. I was born in Farafenni. My mom is from Farafenni and my dad is from Banjul. So I spent most of my childhood in Farafenni. I currently reside in the UK. I've been for the past several years. I've studied in the UK. I first entered politics back in 2017. I did contest for National Assembly under the Ileasa constituency as an independent candidate. It was quite an experience. By then I was just turning 30. I've always been a youth leader in my community and in school. So with that support and encouragement, everyone was like, no, we need a young person into politics now. Bob, you can do it. And it was quite an interesting thing, but I think it also sets a precedent that the Ileasa constituency have always had a youth contestant since 2017, and they're usually backed by young people, sometimes with very little support from other parties or other financial muscles. So this I am really happy and proud of. And ever since it's transitioned into having a foundation and a civic organization called the I'm sorry, I got interrupted a bit.
Yeah.
Right. So they did transition into a community-based foundation and a civic organization called the Nyanto Foundation or the Timber. And we've decided if we want to get young people into politics, we should definitely get them to start talking about politics, thinking about politics, understanding their civic responsibility, understanding what governance means, understanding what politics means. And I was able to manage a team of very young, vibrant people that are still carrying out the work in the Gambia. And I think some of the bigger parties like the UDP have managed to capture one of mine during the last parliamentary election, which I was really proud of, that they've decided to select one of my colleagues to represent them in Ileasa constituency. Though he did not win, but it shows a progress that we've made over the years.
Okay. So it's interesting. I didn't really know that you can. So you're not really new to politics. You ran as an independent candidate from Ileasa. So that tells me here we are talking to someone who definitely understands politics in the Gambia. Because somehow, from an independent candidate, not somebody who's not new into politics, instead of going with the big boys, he decided to join APP-SOBEYA. What is about APP-SOBEYA that you found to be so interesting or different that you say, like, I don't mind to be the spokesperson of this party? What is so special about, because it's new? I mean, SR ran as an independent candidate in 2021, somebody new to politics, really. Why APP-SOBEYA? Why be their spokesperson?
Well, I wouldn't say it started with APP-SOBEYA. I've worked with Ismaila when at the very beginning of formulating CA. And I think I was a key member of CA in terms of, putting up the party together, in terms of registering the party. I think I've contributed to them meeting the requirements, the IEC requirements to register as a party, because I gave them 1,000 votes in CRR vote nominations and 1,000 votes in NBR vote nomination. Like I said, I've spent most of my time working with communities across the country, doing either boreholes or other projects for them. And I've always been the type that would be at the background of things, not confronting the media or not being on the limelight all the time. But I've been very active in politics in Gambia, especially grassroots politics. So why ESA? I've been in communication with ESA since 2019. Shortly before his presidential election, going into the presidential election of 2021. And I am a very careful person, and I like to ask questions because I believe politics is important, but the delivery of politics, it is much more important for me. And unfortunately, there was not enough time to know what ESA represents and what he stood for when he was going into the 2021 presidential election. And by then, my team has already decided to endorse the UDP candidature, which is Honorable Dabo, to go into the 2021 election. So we're working with the UDP party in NBR and in Farafenye. And shortly after the election, we continue communicating as friends. And, over the time, I've decided, I understand what ESA definitely want and what he represents, his policies and visions towards the Gambia. And we've been having consultation for the past 3 or 4 years. So prior to the Congress, I was very much instrumental in putting up the Congress together and everything that had happened. And they've decided that they wanted me to represent them as their spokesperson. It could be because I've studied politics, or it could be because the way I communicate. I do not know why they find me that much to be the ideal candidate to represent the party, but I am grateful, and I think I've been doing a good job since December.
Yeah, thank you very much. Brother Maron.
Hello, Mr. Bob. Thank you for joining us today. My first question is, you mentioned you've been in politics and you've been communicating with ESA for Team SOBEYA. I wanted to know, what are some of the priorities, pressing priorities as a political party for SOBEYA?
Well, the reform. And when we talk about reform, it could be broad, but with APP-SOBEYA, I think our priority stems from reform and everything that comes within the catchment of that phrase, reform. And ESA has said this in various interviews, that as a nation, it is crucial that we go into that part of reform. And it entails a lot, because when we talk about reform, it doesn't only stems out from the political aspect of it. Reform in governance, reform in the way we do things, reform in the way our policies are presented, and reform in the way that we handle the country. And it could be fighting corruption, it could be good governance, it could be participatory democracy. So these are some of the key things that are definitely at the top list of APP-SOBEYA. And these are some of the promises that we have for the Gambian people. Just to
Okay.
answer it. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's in broad terms. I wanted to get into the nitty-gritty of things. So if you say reforms can be good or bad. So if you say corruption, what do you mean? I mean, as far as SOBEA goes, we got the status quo. We have stuff flying every single day. What would be a specific modus operandi for SOBEA team, to fight corruption, to ensure that there's sustainability, equality in terms of economic prosperity? Those are ones that I'm looking for specifically, Mr. Bob.
Right. So I can go into the nitty gritty. Like I said, the question was in the broader term, because once you said what are the top priorities, and we are thinking of running a governance, so it becomes a broad question. We could go into either direction of corruption, fighting reform in the civil service, the health sector, the education sector, agriculture. But if you've narrowed it down, or we can narrow it down into different, sectors of governance and into different sectors of society, then I will be happy to elaborate more on that. If we talk about corruption in Gambia,
So Jimmy, let me help you out, Bob. Let me help Mr. Bob. That way we can, because we got other folks. So give me 3 priorities that Team SOBEA will focus on if they've been given the mandate to run the Republic of the Gambia. 3 priority areas.
The first one would be the reform of the civil service. The second one would be to fight corruption. The third would be to revive our economic. These are the 3 priorities that SOBEA stood for, and that SOBEA is working diligently to deliver to the Gambian people.
All right. Well, I will come for the second round because I want to take you on those things. I want specificity on those areas that you mark as priority.
I am happy to go into the specifics, into that. Just fire the question.
Yeah. Right. No worries. Fatu, go ahead. Go ahead.
Fatu, maybe
I think you're on mute.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Mr. Bob, and welcome. And it's good to see another phase for SOBEA. I know there are many questions that can be asked, but I will stay away and leave you with the rest of the guys for that. What I'll just add is it's very good to see another party, in the horizon. It's a new party, and I know it's not easy. But I'm sure you guys are going to stand on your feet, and we need another party, or we need different perspectives in our current political landscape. So it's always good to see fresh faces, so that the country can be inspired, because what's going on currently, it's not easy on us. So just welcome, and you guys do your best, and we'll see what happens for now.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, Farujan. Pop Samba.
Mr. Bob.
Thank you, Mr. Samba.
Thank you very much for coming to the For the People, by the People show. Now, you've laid out some of your objectives, and out of which is corruption, reviving the economy, maybe unemployment, and all those things. As we speak, the Gambia is a highly indebted country. It cannot survive on anything. Our deficit is just, you're talking about billions of dollars. What specific programs do you have to take the Gambia from a totally dependent country on debt to one that would produce for the Gambian people?
Right. So to begin with, we have to understand why our country is so much in debt and where that money is being spent. The Gambia government, like as I would usually say, there are a lot of wastages in our governance. Wastages in terms of the way the government is operating and the operationality of the government. It could be the sizes of our civil service, the size of our governance, and the priorities that the government deem necessary, that this is where we are going to spend our money on. So to begin with, ESA has proposed some reforms in the way that governance is done in the Gambia, by starting with the civil service, because ESA said it doesn't matter the size of the civil service. What matters is how efficient it is. And Gambia is a very small country. We don't need the size of the government that we have at this particular moment. We could definitely streamline our government in a way that the output efficiency would be far much more greater than what we are currently experiencing. And in terms of reviving the economic, we've relied so much on foreign importation for everything, be it our food consumption, everything that we are utilizing in the Gambia, we are relying on foreign importations for it. As I would usually say in his interviews, like, nete to sudden import munyo into Gambia. So how do we revive our economic? By investing in the local production of our economics, encouraging intertrade between the regions of the Gambia, encouraging the local economic of the Gambia and local consumption, thereby relying on our foreign reliance in terms of importation. Because most of the money that the government is taking as loans and debt would definitely, usually it would transform into importations of food and things that we needed in our country. The second wastage that is happening in the Gambia is the size of the infrastructure that the government is embarked in on at this particular moment. Infrastructure, it's good. It helps the economic growth, but it should also meet the economic realities of our country and what we can actually shoulder as a nation. I hope that answers your question, just to be brief.
Well, you've really generally talked about it, but you've not given me an idea of how many questions do we have most per round?
Not just two, right? Quick. Right?
Okay. So I'm going to leave it at that. You've given me a general political question. I accept. I'm not going to push you on that.
It is not a general political question. I think I've given you the basics, because again, as the spokesperson of APP-SOBEYA, I do have my speciality. I studied corruption and governance. It doesn't make me an economic specialist. As a party, we are an institution, and as an institution, we have different level of expertise within the institution. People that would be able, or people that are looking at the economic aspect of the Gambia in a more detailed and broader way, to be able to guide the party into implementing economic measures that are going to be beneficial for the Gambia. So as the spokesperson of the party, if you ask me questions about how we are going to do our economic and this stuff, I might not be able to give you all the nitty-gritty that you, and all the technicalities that involves that.
I understand. That's why I didn't push. But
Yeah.
here is another issue. As we speak now, the one word that is on everybody's lip in that country is corruption.
Yes.
We've just read the report by Mustafa, the Republic, and it had to do with the Jane Commission. Yes. Your candidate, who is my brother, I've known him way before, like almost for decades now, was part of a commission.
Yes.
Can you sit here and tell us that the TRRC and everything that ESA did, that we will not wake up one day and have a report similar to the one that we've had on the Jane Commission? And if there were to be such a case where he was implicated in anything, will he continue to run, especially given that he's one of the vanguards now calling for fight against corruption?
Well, as I've already answered that question, I believe, in one of his interviews.
Oh, that's why I want you to answer it for me. I may not have heard that.
So I believe if there were anything implicating towards ESA's role or engagement in the TRRC, it would have been public knowledge by now, because he has been one of the fiercest critics of the government recently, especially since after the December Congress. And we are in a political arena, so everything that you know against your opponent, it is out there, and then you definitely put it out there for it to stick. I believe if the government has had any findings of malpractices during the TRRC, it would have been public knowledge by now, considering the amount of information that ESA have recently shared during his interviews. I believe ESA did his job to the best of his ability. And he has always said that to the Gambian people, that my role with the TRRC has always been transparent. I think some of the things that were speculated online was how much he was paid. And he decided to publish his employment letter that I was paid 100,000 instead of 500,000. And after a period of time, that was increased to 110,000. So I don't think there are any more details or specifics, well, like any more details that I am expecting would come out in future that is of the same magnitude as what we are saying with the Journey Commission. I am confident of that.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Mr. Bobb.
Yes, Mr. Jang.
As Gambians, we have become very skeptical of politicians. We're talking about since independence. And when I listen to some of your answers that you have given, in terms of policies, what SOBEYA, APP-SOBEYA would do, you said reform the civil service, reviving the economy. I mean, we import more than we export. I mean, these are general platitudes that there's not a single party who wouldn't say that. I mean, if we had the UDP spokesperson, he would have said that. Even if you listen to the government, those are the talking points that they put out there. And we are cynical, very skeptical. What is about SOBEYA? Because what you've just said, other people are saying it. Why should we believe you? What do you bring to the table that will convince Gambians that, you know what, this reform that these people are talking about is for real? What is about the leader, ESA? Because clearly when we're talking about APP-SOBEYA, it's about ESA's leadership. What has he demonstrated out there to do things differently that hasn't been done? Or looking at all these other parties that are out there, because elections is about choices, and we are very skeptical, Mr. Bobb. So this is an opportunity to talk to people out there and tell us why ESA.
Okay, I think that answer is quite simple. One, our problems are unique to Gambia. It is not subjective. So it is normal for all political parties, especially those in the opposition, to address the same issues. We all know there is corruption, there is mismanagement, the economic is bad, there is inflation and all those things. And these are unique to Gambia. And it's obvious that all political parties will talk about the same issues. Where we differ, it's the implementation of those issues and who has been tested and who has not been tested. Consistency is key. Most of the political parties that are in Gambia
hasn't been tested. People would say that he is new to government. So he hasn't been tested. We haven't seen the implementation yet. My question is, again,
not necessarily new to government. ESA has spent his entire career working for government because he started his career with the Ministry of Justice before he took a secondment at the UN and decided from there on work with various international governments, ISTIMO, and then now to the Hague. So he is not new to government and how government operates and how the working mechanisms of government. And if I said those that have been tested, we are looking at track records. We are looking at people that have occupied either public offices or that have had one way of dealings with the government through employment or through contracts or another. And I think I am not throwing out accusatory, but I am very much comfortable, and most Gambians are very much comfortable with what they have seen so far in ESA's productivity and his output in all the fields and in all the areas that he has occupied as a leader. So this is the difference.
Okay. Like I said, most of the parties, when you ask them about their policies and their programs, the answer that you've given us, pretty much all the parties will say the same thing. But
because
you have
the problems are unique. Yeah, the problems it's unique to Gambia.
The problems are unique, and I do get that. But what I'm saying is, you have decided that you will be the spokesperson of ESA for a reason, and not the spokesperson of DOI or the spokesperson of UDP or Mama Kande. If they are all belching the same issues, I mean, reform, civil service, but you've decided that ESA is the key. Is it the personality of ESA, or is there something else to it?
So when we talk about reform in the civil service, I believe APP-SOBEYA, we've not been in the public light for a very long time, but we have set a great number of deals as to how we are going to reform our country and our economic over the past 5 months, including ESA's interview and some of the interviews that I have had online. ESA did talk about civil service reform, fair wages. And there was an interview in which he even proposed that the average civil servant in Gambia should not take home nothing less than $18,000. And I think that is peculiar to SOBEYA, and it was only said by SOBEYA. I could recall saying in one of my interviews that, look, we need to reorganize our civil service, and we need to repurpose civil servants towards a more productive roles. And we can talk about so many things. I believe the Gambia is heavily reliant on taxation, but I also think it is one-sided. And I've had this conversation with ESA on so many times. We are having an informal economy. If we want to go into that nitty-gritty, we can talk about that. The Gambia is still cash dependent. So let's look at it this way. You are a civil servant in the Gambia. They will take your tax at the end of the month because you are by the books. But the Gambia economic is so much informal that the business sector carried a great chunk of our economy. Now, if you go to Serekunda market, or let's say someone comes from Senegal, decided to open a tailoring workshop and had 10 machines operating at the tailoring workshops, how much tax does that person pay? Probably he is not banking. Okay, so at the end of the day, the council will come and look at his shop and says, okay, you can pay 5,000 for this shop. GRA will come and says, you will have to pay 1,000 for each of the tailoring machines, each of the sewing machines. In a sense, that person could be making $100,000 a month. So who is it advantaging? And these are the things that we are looking at when we talk about economic reviving the economy. These are all some of the nitty-gritties that APP-SOBEYA is going to look into. Right. So
I'm just gonna. I just want to follow up on this reforming of the civil service, because people do say we're going to reform the civil service. What does that mean? How do you go about reforming the civil service?
Okay, look, the civil service should be very efficient. And when we talk about reforming the civil service, we all know what is happening in the civil service sector of the Gambia. You go into any ministry, probably there are 3 or 4 people outside drinking a tie, or there are people loitering throughout the building the whole day. So what we are concentrating in our reform, it's the efficiency output of each of the government departments. How much people are needed? What is the work efficiency output of each of the employees of the government? And those that are not found productive within those sectors, they will be repurposed. In no way I am saying like here that we are going to cut them out or send them home. No, because we can repurpose them into other areas which will increase the efficiency output of the government, either in terms of revenue generation or either in, the more productivity, and then bringing governance closer to the citizens. For instance, even though I am young, but I can remember during Jawara's time, we do have public health officials that were walking or roaming through the streets of the Gambia. You will be throwing something out, and then there was a public officer there that would find you. We normally call them Butterfell. Okay? We can bring those back. We can repurpose some of those civil servants into that field. We used to have agricultural extension workers that were working with women in the gardens, that were working with villages and community farmers, bringing new methods of farming, bringing new technologies of bringing new technologies of farming. So there are so many areas in governance that are lacking right now that we could repurpose a greater chunk of the civil service into a more productive, government system. And these are all part of the reforms that we are talking about.
Thank you, Mr. Bobb. You are too. Oh, Mr. Marong, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Bob. I wanted to follow up. In terms of agriculture, you talk about import, export, and import. Do you know the statistics as far as Gambia, where we lies? What are the percentages import versus exports?
Right. I might not be able to give you the definite number, but I do know that.
Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. I was just asking. So I guess my question to you is,
but I add a thing too, because I've heard from both Halifa and Essa that we've spent almost $300 million on food importation in the Gambia.
And from your vantage point, that's a very significant amount. And I guess my question to you is, in terms of reforms, and you spoke about agriculture, what will Team SOBEYA do in terms of modernization, self-sufficient, and increasing our exports?
Right. At SOBEYA, in terms of agriculture, we have different phases. And the first phases would be to look at the land reform and the land tenure system in the Gambia, because there is a lot of dead capital in Gambia in terms of land and how the land tenure system operates in the Gambia. I believe land should be unlocked and made available to the people that are willing to farm. This is a capital that a lot of Gambians do not have access to. Gambia today could benefit significantly from the River Gambia. During the dry season, you will normally have fresh water from Basse all the way down to Balangar or the Central River region. And during the rainy season, that fresh water expands way up to Farafenni and Balingo area. Gambia is relatively very flat in terms of topography and the land, apart from the few hilly areas that we have in the Central River region around Kour, Balangar, and those areas. So we could definitely invest a lot. And credit to the government now that they are encouraging investment in that sector. We could debate on how they're doing it, the efficiency of it, or the legality of it, or is it corruption free, or do they follow due process? But what APP-SOBEYA would do is to make sure that that debt capital is unlocked. The land tenure system would be looked in, make sure that there are land resources available to people that are willing to invest in agriculture, and also to utilize the River Gambia, because it used to be a huge important factor in maintaining the fields of Jahali and Pacha. And recently, I've just read somewhere that the pumps in Jahali and Pacha are not working. Those fields are not being productive as they used to be. So these are some of the things that we are going to do by making sure that there is adequate land preparation. Secondly, we are going to make sure that people have access to resources, both land and water. And thirdly, we are going to commercialize agricultural production instead of substantial farming. During the Jawara region, we have the Kontowur rice mill processing sector. And I think there was another rice mill processing sector, which made rice farming very much important. We also have to look at the climate factors and deforestation that was happening. The reason why most of the local local rice fields, starting from Farafenni, going all the way to Basse, the reason why our mothers and people that were living in the villages, they couldn't continue farming rice, it's because of the, deforestation that is happening. The water retention level is very low. People have cleared out all the mangroves and make them roofs over their houses. So these are some of the things that we are looking at in depth and in technicality to make sure that there is land availability, there is land provision, a preparation, and then there are resources to guide and help farmers or people that are interested in going back into farming.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bobb. Just to follow up, you mentioned about Jahali Pacha, and you talk about rivers, the river basin, and a lot of land. And in terms of maximizing our output in agriculture, I think what I'm looking for is, what would Team SOBEYA invest? Think about technology-wise.
How are you going to get the water from those rivers to the land or to the agricultural field, whatever you wanted to plant? What are some, and how are you going to, where are you going to get funds from? I mean, how are you going to invest into those ventures in order to maximize our food sustainability, decrease our imports, increase our exports? I think that's what I'm looking at, and I would like you to take some time and reflect on that question and answer that. What would Team SOBEYA do in that aspect?
See, whenever people talk about project, most people only think about the money that is involved in it, or do we need to get an external donor to get this project going? But instead of looking inwards and how we can maximize those resources inward and internally, most people just think about how much money do we get from the IMF or how much money do we get from the World Bank in order to make sure the resources are being put to good use. I've already talked about land preparation. Land is available in the Gambia. The River Gambia is available. What is stopping people from accessing those is the debt capital. It's the land tenure system in the Gambia. A lot of people and a lot of private citizens could have invested in agriculture in terms of buying machineries, in terms of buying pumps, once they have access to the River Gambia. A lot of people could go back to farming if they have access to land. Why is Jar Oil farming today? If he wasn't given the access to get those huge amount of land in front of the River Gambia and access to the River Gambia, do you think he will be able to farm? And I believe there are a lot of people in Gambia similar to Jar Idea or having similar ideas to Jar Oil if they are given the same opportunity to have access to those resources. So we do not necessarily need to go outside to look for loans or donors in order to implement some of these agricultural reforms. What it needs is just policy shift. We need to engage local communities. We need to engage the Ministry of, when we come into government, our Ministry of Local Government and Land will have to look at all the land tenure system in the Gambia. We'll have to look at the traditional occupants of those lands. We will have to look at all these legalities that are involved in it to make sure that that debt capital is unlocked for people that are willing to go into agriculture. And I believe there will be a lot of Gambians that will be willing to invest in that agriculture because it's very lucrative. So the primary source of getting those resources will be looked at internally before we look at anywhere else.
Okay. All right. Fadjo, go ahead.
Oh, no, I'm keenly listening, and I think you have, covered the questions that they're trying to get to you. Just as I said, we are excited that you guys are, in the fray, in the field, and we are all ears and watching and seeing how you progress and how things come up.
Yeah. Thank you.
You're welcome.
At least I'm a newbie, so
yeah, we all
from the experts.
You're doing good. Don't let them intimidate you. Send it Pasamba and yeah, you do well.
So I think Pasamba drop off. So Mr. Bobb, in answering the question from Sariang, you talked about, you said to unlock
yes,
land tenure system. And then you mentioned something like debt capital. Can you help us here to understand how do you, because we all saw what happened in Salaji, and that everybody is talking about the land tenure system. And so when you say unlock the land tenure system, how would you approach this? Again, most people will tell you, be careful, you may be stepping on a landmine. How would you really approach this? Are you going to come and take the land and make it state-owned and give it to people? Or are you going to, how are you going to go about doing this?
Right. This is why I said the reform has to be internally. As Gambians, we have to have that discussion and that consultation within ourselves. I'm not very much knowledgeable in terms of the constitutional specification of it. I do understand all lands within the Combo area, based on the 1990 Constitution, falls under the jurisdiction of the state, and the state owns all the lands. occupants of those lands can either have a lease of 99 years, but the state owns the land and the state can reacquire that land. However, in the provinces, I think it is different. What do I mean by debt capital? Look, land is the capital. And if we look at our economic realities, a lot of Gambians do not have that capital to go and to have access to those lands.
Right.
And recently, what we have realized is these capitals are there, which is the land, and I call them dead capitals because they are not being utilized. Communities that are occupying these lands do not have the resources to utilize that land, or do not have the resources to make those lands productive. Okay, but because of the land tenure system, neither are they allowing people that want to utilize that land into utilizing it. Okay, so recently what we've seen in Gambia, it's people with little resources, mostly foreigners and Indians. They will go to these communities, offer them money, and get access to a huge amount of land. We've seen banana plantations in CRR. And I've argued before, like, one, how many of us would eat banana on a daily basis or have bananas for our lunch? Rice would have been the priority because this is our staple food. It's not only accessing the land, but they're also accessing the River Gambia because that's where they're getting the water to run the banana plantations. So when I said that we have to do this reform, it means that the Ministry of Local Government and the government have to go into a consultative process with local communities. We need to understand about the land tenure system in the Gambia. Who owns what? Who occupies what? And how do we transform this land to becoming a more productive land than being a debt capital? And when I said it doesn't only mean that we are going to reacquire the land from these communities and give it to people with resources. No, but the state can step in a way that the people that are occupying these lands start using these lands in a more productive way. And that is why I said earlier that we have to go into a land preparation system. And this is important in reviving agriculture. The people of, let's say, Balingo, or the people of, let's say, some of the Sanjali village, Kanikunda and others that are closer to the riverbanks in the Gambia, they could have gone into rice production. But because maybe they do not have access or the money to go and hire a power tiller or to go and hire a tractor that is going to dog some canals to give them access to, the River Gambia, to bring in water or to, close out the water flow and all those things. So these are all part of land preparation system. And the government should be able to step in, understand the community dynamics, understand what these people want, if they want to engage in agriculture, and go through the land preparation process for them. And I believe once these resources are available, people will become more productive. And you are empowering your citizens to become independent and financial and have that financial sovereignty. If the communities are not interested in farming, then that's where investors and other Gambians that are living in other regions will be given the opportunity to come and invest within those communities in order to be able to make those lands more productive. So it is all internal. And once the way we are looking at agriculture at APP-SOBEYA is to look at it internally. See how we are going to get Gambians to participate more into the production and productivity of agriculture before looking out for foreign investors or anyone else. And I believe Gambians are willing to go back to the land once all these resources are in place, access to water, access to land, and then the land preparation system. And not only that, but also the commercialization of their farm produces.
So the two governments we had was the First Republic under Jawara, and then we had Jammeh. I mean, Jammeh is known for going back to the land, eat what we grow what we eat. Now, we've all had that before. So with APP-SOBEYA coming in, how would you guys, looking at, call it the failures of the First Republic or the Second Republic, can you pinpoint where they have gone wrong and how you guys are going to do it differently? In other words, whatever Jawaras, because we all, let's say, for instance, my parents were farmers in the rural areas. It wasn't government that telling them to tilt the land. you know, ñoom ñu ngi dellu ci tool yi di bay seen tool yi at the end of the year ñu jaay seen gerte gi toppatoo seen njaboot. See, I mean, that was just the name of the game. Now, recently, most of the so-called us, the sons and daughters of those farmers, left the rural areas, ñëppangi in the inner cities. Most people will tell you that farming is not really, danga jaay sa gerte gi, you may not be able to take care of your family and your kids. In other words, can you tell us how APP-SOBEYA, looking at what happened during the First Republic, looking at what happened during the Second Republic, and looking at the realities that we are dealing with on the Barrow administration, where are the failures and how do you guys intend to rectify that?
Right. So that is a loaded question, Mr. Deng, and let's give it a shot.
Yes,
So this is the way I say it. Okay. Let's look at the peanut production in Gambia, the groundnut production in Gambia, which is a cash crop. Let's start from there. And let's look at the farmers' economic and the farmers' access to financial institutions. Okay, I'll do it in two parts. So the first part is the farmer produce agriculture. Mo am nan 10 bam. Mu jël gerte bobu nonu, sell it to the government. What is the government doing with that peanut? Are they exporting it, or are they processing it to become other products that they could circulate back into the market to generate more intertrade within the Gambia? Okay, but what we have seen recently, more, they will sell the peanuts to the government for $30,000 or $40,000. So that $40,000, they will go and buy rice, buy all these things, and utilize that money or use that money. Most farmers do not have access to financial institutions. Most farmers do not bank. Most farmers cannot have access to loans. So they will go and utilize whatever resources they have from the sales of their groundnut procedures, either new tabasikir, new takasi jabar, or new jendasi, but some few upgrades. Before next nawet, they have run out of cash. So the cycle continues. Next nawet, what happened, the government will give them seeds, either on credit basis, or they will buy the same seeds that they sold the government at the beginning of the raining season, putting them new invest that go back into the fields. So this is not being very productive. And what we are proposing more in it, we are going to introduce the Farmers Bank. Okay? And give that farmers the access to the formal financial sector. And it will be run as a credit union sort of, or the operational credit union. Now, let's say I am a farmer. I've had $80,000 from this year's harvest, and I've managed to save $20,000 with the credit union. During the next farming season, I will be able to acquire a loan of $40,000, self-guaranteed based on the $20,000 that I have put into the bank. So that capital will enable me probably to buy an extra horse, an extra donkey, or maybe to be able to buy an extra seeds in preparation for this current, for the current rainy season. And it does not only stop at the groundnut peanut farmers. So processing, it's a challenge in the Gambia. Let's look at the women that are doing narcos at the moment. They almost harvest onion at the same time. So what happened, Moy? There are no storage facilities, or the government haven't provided storage facilities. Ñun dunde muna reprocess some of the things that we grow out of the ground. So if everyone harvested their onions at the same time, the price goes down in the market. Because there are no storage facilities that is going to help give a longer life or longer shelf life to those produces. So everyone would flood it to the market. I've read somewhere that Senegal, what they're doing more, so they harvest they stop the importation of onion and potatoes. Could you make sure a local market will absorb what is being grown inside the country? Is the Gambia government doing that? No. Again, once we have all these things, this is where the embassies will come in place, and this is where the government foreign service will come in place. How do we get out there to the international communities? How do we attract investors into the Gambia that we can guarantee you every year we will have 100,000 tons of onions? Why not, like there will be a consistent supply of onion? Why don't you am factory bo hamne ni dafa defar onion chips? Why don't you am a factory bo hamne ni dafa def potato chips? Because most businesses and most factories, when they want to come into a particular country, they are looking at the availability of the resources or the raw materials.
Right.
So all these things, it's going to help develop our farming sector. Why don't I the farming sector? It's only focused on the product that is being grown. Product either you consume at that short period of time, consume. Let's look at mango season. So mango season, Nadam Sandika, mangoes are all over the place. Most of them, they know rot. Why can't we have a factory behind the mango juice? So these are all steps you have. It is not a single phase. We must sort out all these problems. So these are steps you have. Government should be able to meticulously plan on all these steps and how they are going to remedy all these situations. If you encourage the farmer to go back into the farmland, that is one thing. How do you help the farmer to maximize their products? That is another thing. And how do you utilize that products on a variety of ranges to make sure a lot of things? That's another thing, because in agriculture there shouldn't be any food wasted. Even holiday gets to be it could be turned into something else.
Absolutely. Hi bro, Gaine Linfi that has the boy DNA. That sounds like Ali Pala has been saying that for 40 years. And again, such an idea.
I have a question for Bob though.
So very quickly, how do you respond to that before Fatu or pass up?
I've not read anything about PDOS. So I'm not a Gambia low and no Halifa Honako. So
honestly, you haven't heard Halifa talking about that in terms of financing and pharmacy and some of the things that you just spilled? You've never heard that?
It could be.
I'll send you a video, 1992 rally. Maybe that will refresh your mind. 92 rally, almost 80. Why? It's all good.
But it's all good.
I am still young in politics, so I might not know what has. Why I'm not everything lower than the one that Halifa said it. So, and I respected that. So let's say Halifa is the epitome of the Gambian political knowledge. So kudos to him and credit to him for that.
Thank you, Mr. Bob. Definitely. Fatu, go ahead before Pastor.
I have a question, Mr. Bob. It's interesting. I've never heard you or Esa talk about this. What just Musa Jeng asked you about this land policies. And you give us a background that you are from Farafeni and Banjo. But I'll give you an example. If you are just from Banjo, all you know is Banjul. Your dad is from Banjul. Your grandpa is from Banjul. And then the government says, Banjul land is a state land. And hence you state that some people cannot be productive with their land. So, for example, you live in Banjul, you have your compound there. You cannot build a cement fence or you can't build a house. Does that mean government has the right to uproot you from there? Because you said, to your understanding, Kombo land is state land and it's different from the provinces. Do you think, is it fair for any government to label other areas state land and not others, number one? Number two, do you think it's fair for government to say, Banjul is a state land? Mr. Bob, you cannot develop your compound. So we will have to eject you from here, sell it to Sariang, who's going to put a story building there, or put some business venture there without no compensation or telling you where to go to. At least you're different because like you're from Banjul and Farafenni. If Banjul is too tight for you, you have all the land in Farafenni. I'm sure you have family land in Farafenni, correct? Right?
Yes.
Yeah. So
Short answer would be no. It will be illegal. Okay. 1997 Constitution be section either 50 or 60, therefore about the Land Acquisition Act. Okay, so if a person bought the land, because land it's state land, but those state lands they are entrusted by local leaders or local communities to oversee the state land. They so they may see Alkalobi as the custodian of the state land, Mujaila land.
Before the government makes it state land, don't say they are state land and it's custodian. It's the other way around. It's people's land that government make a state land.
Well, why I am quoting the 97 Constitution and what I read and what I understand with the Land Acquisition Act. And I think I've just read this recently when the Salaji case came on about. Okay? So it's the people land and the people, let's say the people are the government. Why 97 Constitution will therefore provide specific directions and guidelines as to how the state can acquire land that are occupied by Gambians or residents of those lands. Because they balanit ki sampa normally did them physical planning put amu planning permit. So if there is efficiency in the government, then before planning permit bobu nono is given out, physical planning should have done due diligence for understanding this land, dafa ñoo nekk into the public interest, wala du nekk into the public interest, or land bi ni dafa nekk a residential area, or it's not a residential area. That is one thing. Second, if there is a piece of land that is occupied in the Gambia, and then there is public interest in the land, public interest bobu nono, it could be defined in so many ways. It could be, it is in the public interest that this land would be acquired to build a hospital. It could be in the public interest that this land should be acquired to build a school, or this land should be acquired to build a facility that is going to benefit or that is in the interest of the public. If that is the case, and the government have enough justification, this is the reason why we are acquiring this land from the current occupants, then the government should make sure swiftly they've made that known, you allow due process, and even I read in the 1997 Constitution that the people that are occupying those lands, they have the right to reject that and then be given redress in the courts. But compensation should also be adequate and swift. Why you cannot sell a land or not process the sales of a land. You process the application of a building permit for a Gambian. Gambian with them, you build that land. All of a sudden, you come back without acknowledging any fault of your own, demolish that particular land because someone else has a vested interest in that land, or because the government has a vested interest in that land. And even that vested interest, the government cannot specify why they are why the demolition is taking place. Have they given reasons to the residents of Salaji that we are going to do this demolition because we are going to build a hospital here? No. What is stated was reserve land. Have they said that we are going to do this demolition because then people get some maybe a school? They have not stated that. So the reasons why the reaccusation process should be in place, it's not known. And I think that they are not following the due process. And it's unfair to the Gambian people because the government of the Gambia should be responsible to making sure Gambians have access to housing. And this was the reason why we have the social housing and security estate. What has this government done in terms of addressing housing challenges in the Gambia? None. So Nitkina Mudam Hosul Musam Palanam Bapare, despite all the economic challenges, even Doragulo the compensation process, how do you expect that to expect them? And they have failed that sovereign and that constitutional responsibility of making sure the Gambian women and children are protected. It's basically kicking people out of their homes and making them homeless.
Exactly. In the name of public interest, just as you said.
But the public interest...
Who is the public anyway? Why would they eject you from your house that you know before the 1997 Constitution because they're coming to build a house at your father's house? You have to go because the state...
But again, even that public interest should be made known to the public. Why this land is going through the accusation process. Are there fundings for a public project? Are there hospitals that are going to be built? Are there schools that are going to be built? Where are the blueprints? Where are the justifications? All these things, if they are absent in the process, then it makes the process completely illegal.
Okay, so it's okay. I know you said that cannot be done, but if the government needs your home, your dad's home in Banjul, to build a school, it's a state area. It's regarded as a state land, and that's the only place you know. Or let's say all the due process is there. Do you think still it's right? Because you are there before the 1997 Constitution. You've been there before independence. Your grandparents were there before independence, before even Gambia becomes Gambia. So why would they make your father's home state land and think they can confiscate it from you and build a school? When a school is not coming, they're going to take it from you and give it to Sariang or Musa Jeng. Do you think, that's fair? You are talking about the processes that government needs to do to acquire your dad's home, right?
I don't think there is anywhere that I have read, or I have misread it, Funwahe confiscation. So the idea of confiscating anyone's land should be out of the equation and should be out of discussion. And if the idea of confiscating anyone's land that is legally acquired should not be part of that discussion. So the government should find other alternatives, but they do not have any right to infringe on that particular occupant's right for New Dembe. And in the case of Banjul, I can remember during Jammeh's time, those people that were living around half that area with the port expansion projects, a lot of families were happy to take that compensation, put them move to Combo.
Exactly. Before they can move you from your home, they first must give you compensation, right? Or they can say, well, hey, you guys, 5 of you, you need to get up from this area. We need it. Here is $1 million. We're going to start a home project for you. 2-bedroom, depending on whatever size of land and its value.
Exactly.
Right. Don't you think that's what should take place first, rather than just come raid you from your grandfather's home in Banjul simply because the state needs it?
And I agree with you. That should that should be the process.
Did you hear ESA address this anywhere? These land issues, because it's not just Combo. Anywhere this happens, it should not. We need to have solid policies in place regarding these land issues, whether it's for Salaji or Banjul or Farafenye or anywhere. But why would Combo be the state land and not anywhere else in the country? Your Esa is a legal luminary, is a lawyer. Did you ever hear him discuss it, or did you ask him, or what can you tell us about what he thinks about this land?
There was a time Esa did address part of it, but that was an interview he had before recent demolition in Salaji. And I believe he has done an interview today, and he's doing another interview tomorrow. This is going to be part of his discussions in tomorrow's interview with Peter Gomez at West Coast Radio from 9 to 11. Because these were things that happened after he had various media engagement immediately after our Congress. But he has addressed this previously, because previously Esa talked about the debt capital that I've just mentioned here, the needs to reform the land tenure system, and the needs to have that national dialogue and consultation in terms of the way our land resources are going to be utilized and the way our land resources are being handled. And I'm very much sure he is going to address this tomorrow in depth when he has that interview with Peter Gomez.
Okay, we'll be all ears. Thank you.
Talking about Banjul, I did read in history that the land was sold to the British by the Combo Mansa. So I am not sure. After independence, because I couldn't see any records. Now, after independence, the land was being sold back to the state, or the Jawara administration has acquired the land from the British, or then I'm independent, and then we let things happen. Now I'm not independent, so the land is just Gambia's land.
Yeah, Combo is host to many areas in Gambia. We're not even going to get into into that. So, but I'm all ears to know what you guys have on that regarding that, because it's a lot of animosity and confusion, and we're not happy about it,
and this is why
it needs to be addressed anywhere it happened in the country. This is not just about Combo. It's just that Combo is the one affected. But
yes,
you've answered enough of that.
thank you.
And I thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you, Fatu. But we're going to go to Pasamba. I mean, of course, we've eaten our time flies, Mr. Bob.
You're the one dragging this to.
So quickly, my questions. Mr. Bob, I've heard you talked about farming and production, local production, and all that stuff. Recently, a cousin of mine who lives in Germany, Hamburg, a farmer for that matter, decided to embark on this farming thing. He wants to do it in the Gambia without any fertilizers and all these other things that people put in them. So he was looking for seeds. He went to a store where they sell seeds to buy corn seeds, which is now very difficult to find in the Gambia, sadly. And this is what he got. And this is produced by a company called Lima Grain Thailand. And the corn that was sold to him said dangerous chemicals are applied to the seed. Do not use for food or animal feed. Do not use for food or animal feed. But this product, this seed, is being sold in the Gambia by people to farmers who may not be able to read, who will go and plant these corns, and it will be used by our people. And then you wonder why we have an upsurge in cancer and all these other sicknesses. What would a SOBEYA government, potential SFL government do to ensure that the seeds and fertilizers that our farmers are using are fit for human consumption?
Right. Okay, to answer that question, let's begin by looking at the frameworks that are in place to safeguard things like this. Gambia, despite the fact that a lot of things, we have a very good governance framework if it is implemented the way it should be implemented. We have the food testing agency, or the food or whatever. Remind me of the name again. The Food Authority and Testing Agency. Amnan Bobu Bena. And then under agriculture, I believe they also have laboratories, and I think the department is called National Agricultural Technology, or National Agricultural Research Institutions. So if these two institutions were working effectively, then all agricultural related products coming into the country should have passed through these two institutions before it gets to the people. The food importation should have gone through the Food and Drug Related Importation Agency. Their responsibility is to make sure that the foods that are coming into the Gambia, or produces that are coming into the Gambia, are mean tested for human consumption. And then the National Agricultural Research Institution could have also done the same thing. And these two institutions alone could have addressed this problem if we have effective government in place. So what APP-SOBEYA is going to do is to make sure that these institutions are running to the maximum of their operational capacities, bring efficiency back, train workers, bring new equipments, to make sure that they are able to deliver the quality services that the Gambian people want. Because when it comes to health with SOBEYA, we believe in the preventive actions much more than the curing stage of it. Because if we are struggling in our health sectors, say, this particular corn coming into the Gambia would have caused serious health implication problems, then the government should definitely prioritize the preventive action. Moine, this product, Duga Sibir Gambia. And it doesn't only stop with the corn importation that your friend does. A lot of expired foods have been imported into the country. Every time we see stories like that in Watson, Gambia. What is the food authority doing about that? So these are some of the things that are going to be of priority for APP-SOBEYA. We are going to make sure the institutions that are responsible for protecting the Gambian lives and the Gambian health are operating to the max of their operational capacities.
All right. My final question. With all this talk, SOBEYA, DOI, UDP, and all these parties all over the place, there is a near general consensus that without coalition, Arabaro is going to win in 2026. Will Esa by far be willing to join a coalition? And will he also be willing to join a coalition that he does not lead in 2026?
Okay, so when we look at this as a party, it is not necessarily Esa himself, but this is the position of APP-SOBEYA. There are different components towards coalition, but then we have come up with something called TAC. We believe that if we are to go into any coalition talks, first it has to be transparent, which will enable accountability, which is the A, and then that accountability will make sure we enforce the consistency. This is our position, and we are open to coalition talks with any.
But what does that mean? Again, the question again,
well,
even with your attack, the transparency, accountability, and whatever the C word was, consistency. Will your candidate, Esa Baifal, be part of any coalition in 2026 that he will not lead?
Of course, yes.
Okay.
I believe, well, of course, yes. Because Esa Lumwa Moemine, I am willing to go into a coalition provided that there is transparency, there is accountability, and there is consistency. And secondly, we are going to elect a leader, or we are going to select a leader that is electable. And this was important, and this is key for him. We are going to select a leader that is electable. But again, the idea of a coalition to us, it needs to be looked at in-depthly. Are we coming into a coalition just to remove the executive position of the president, which is Barrow? Or are we looking at the coalition with all the components of governance, i.e. the executive power and the legislative power? Fan la coalition agreement bi di door ak fan la mo em. So all these things are things you're happening, they are keen to us, and are things you're happening. We believe that for any serious coalition talks to happen, these are the things that should be in place. And again, we are 14, 15, or 16 months away from elections. And all these agreements, it should be something law happening. The discussion should be undergoing as of now. We should be able to know who is leading all these political parties, who are their flag bearers. And this discussion should be ongoing. And we have to learn from the 2016 coalition. What happened? Lanaka coalition failed. We believe there was no transparency. Transparency enough with the population of the Gambia to be able to hold them to accountability. The lack in that accountability, more inconsistency be buried. Because we have read from, publications of the 2016 coalition, we've agreed. They don't gain the executive power of Yahya Jammeh, you gain a coffee. But they never said within that agreement, after Yahya Jammeh, land towards parliamentary elections. I was just refreshing my memory. They read a story Bumai Fati published on the Poem newspaper. After Bugay gained Barrow, they went and have consultative meetings 2 times or 3 times in one of the hotels, but they couldn't come to an agreement as to how they are going to go into the parliamentary election. And that was the time they decided to come with the tactical alliance between his party, Mr. Darbo's Honorable Darbo's party, and then Hamad Spah. But even in that news article, he was complaining that the agreement of the tactical alliance was being betrayed because Sampana, a candidate somewhere in Woolly, and the UDP decided to the UDP chairman decided to empower the independent candidate. Change executive is one thing, but holding the executive accountable, it's another thing. And I believe that this is the most important component of any coalition talks. Because we are all humans. Like in one avoid the repetition of the 2016 coalition. We all come together. We've elected Hussein or we elected ASOB to lead the coalition. What are the accountability measures put in place to make sure that Hussein or ASOB respected the agreements of the coalition that put him in place? So these are not things that can happen overnight. These are things that need constant consultation, and these are things that need deliberation. Our discussions now, all the parties that have not selected a flag bearer as of now, they should be able to identify the people that are going to lead their parties, and we bring them as soon as possible together to make sure that we have all these things spelled out. And it should be transparent to the Gambian people, because that transparency would enable the Gambian voter to be able to hold them to account in the future. The reason why we couldn't hold Barrow for the 3 years account is because people were confused as to what happened. Was it something that was genuinely agreed, or was it something that was not genuinely agreed? Were they oblivious of the constitutional requirement? And all these doubts made people to be reluctant to make any decision in holding Barrows accountable. And on top of that, you have coalition parties coming out to say, no, Barrow is not going to step down. So these are some of the things that we are trying to avoid. And we want to be a party known for its consistency. So if we are going into a coalition talk, it needs to have all these three things so that we can maintain that consistency. Because Buguno Dili Dali or New Gambian people be anything that we will make a complete U-turn once we come into power or new them into a coalition power.
Very indeed, very profound indeed, Mr. Bobb.
Go Sobeya. I think they have selected a very, very good spokesperson.
Oh, that's a hell of an answer, Mr. Bobb.
You're doing a great job. I've seen people say Chaku Bantang and all that. So you're from places.
Yeah. Chaku born on bread.
Our brother is from Ilyasa, Farafenye, not too far from Kaur now. So, bro, that tells you you're doing good. But,
there's a question, Mos, that are we done?
No, we're going to go to Marong, and then we'll go to the closing statement for Bob, and then we will get to the next hour. But I'm going to
off my video for now. I am, doing other things too, but I'm listening.
But Mr. Bobb, you're doing a hell of a job. I mean, definitely. I am impressed. And when this brother is impressed, you better believe it. You're doing well. Go ahead, Marong.
Let me just tell you, impressing Musajeng is not the hardest thing. He goes from the real deal every time, so believe me.
Now, the last question, Mopasamba, the guy basically, like a baseball, he put it right out of the field. Hit it right out of the field. Go ahead, Mr. Marong.
Mr. Bobb, thank you very much. It was a long answer, but I think you hit the main wickets, and I like the part of accountability. But furthermore, pressing on, got to come back to Sobeya, Team Sobeya. Bob, you know the depth structure of our country currently, and my question to you is, if Team Sobeya had the opportunity, how we gonna, control spending? If you could kind of give us a synopsis of what lead us where we are today and what file administration would do differently than the current status quo.
Okay, so coming back to the depth and all those things. See, I think development should be reflective of reality. Okay. I will give you an analogy. I've heard it, and I had this discussion from one of my elderly grandparents in the provinces. Minama. soo ñëwee tey nga fekk ma ci data ji maa ngi toog and I will say this in Wolof mi dama nga tabaxal ma taax mu rafet lool nga jox ma caabi mi dama man aw ma liggéey aw ma xëy aw ma suma dunda mutul mi dama soo wanee ginnaaw dinaa xool ku ma jaay télé bi dinaa xool ku ma jaay toogu yi dinaa xool ku ma jaay table yi maybe the next time you come over doo xamee taax boo ma tabaxal. And this is the reality of development. Development has to start from one. This is food security, shelter, and health. These are the primary responsibility of every decent government to make sure that these things are adequately available before we add them into like a wild elephant projects. The amount of wastage that this government is priding itself on. We've built X number of roads. We've done X number of things. They couldn't even sort out the congestion issues in Talinding Tabokoto. They couldn't even provide enough equipment for the health centers. They couldn't provide jobs. So which portion of the population are they catering for? And what is the development output of some of these projects that they are investing in? A lot of people will argue, no, road is good, it's going to increase infrastructure, trade, and nangam. But again, I drove my car when I was in the Banjul in December, during our Congress, to meet our chairperson. And then all of a sudden, I saw a huge crowd on the tar road. You need to take music set, but the tar road be the feature. Okay, tar road is good. Their village now has tar road. But what is the economic activities of that village that is using the tar road? How many vehicles are plying that tar road? Ndasen orier bude joge fofu nono dem farafenye every other day. Bobu rek mode daw ci kaw tali bobu nono. That amount of capital that is invested into a dead asset, couldn't it not have been used to make sure that those people maybe they're either agriculture or either education or either other entrepreneurial skills are being used to develop those people, poor guy, at least these basic human decency. Adequate food, adequate shelter, adequate health. Gis nga nit su amee xaalis biiram fees dafa feeñ si soluwaayam su soluwaayam feeñee dafa rafetee dafa feeñ si néegam su néegam rafetee it goes to the street. Hyundai, Europe, and all these other places, the governments do not build them. These are people that had enough money to be able to do them. So we cannot go through what we've gone through since independence until now. All of a sudden, our government wants us to look like Dubai.
Okay.
We have to start from somewhere, and this is what APP-SOBEYA is going to do. APP-SOBEYA said, look, we are going to make sure we rely heavily on the domestic market to make sure that everyone that is in Gambia is paying the equal due amount of tax.
Okay.
People in Gambia are paying the equal due amount of tax. So when you see the either the formal or the informal sector, you maximize some tax collection to make sure that the tax burden that is put on few businesses and the civil service is reduced drastically because everyone is equally chipping into the government pots. Secondly, we make sure that money that is being generated internally is used, one, to offset some of our debt, and then secondly, to reinvest back into the economy to make sure we increase productivity. I'll stop there in a nutshell.
Okay, well, I appreciate the analogy and all that, but my question to you is, where does our debt portfolio stand? And I am looking at the fiscal and austerity measures to rein in excessive spending, to put government on a fiscal responsibility path. That's what I'm looking for. And I'll give you opportunity again to respond to my question. Right now, whether you know it or not, it's about 110 billion. Domestic to international is 67 to 33%. I think 67% of our domestic revenue collection goes towards funding that debt. So I want you to go back to your answer you gave me later on about relying on taxation. I get it, it's good. But what I'm trying to get to, Mr. Bobb, team file administration, what would they do differently to ensure that Gambia goes onto a fiscal responsibility path? That's what I'm asking.
Well, I think I've answered that. Now, the government should be spending more
No,
responsibly.
I'm talking about SR file administration.
Okay.
What
So,
policy do you guys have in place to reduce excessive out of control spending? That's what I'm asking.
but I did say that at the beginning of the program, that we are going to promote a responsible government and a responsible fiscal policies within the government. How we are going to spend, where we are going to spend, and prioritize them. We need to prioritize our spending in a way, Bohamnani, it is going to maximize the output efficiency of our nation's productivity. There are certain things and so many things that could actually be more productive if the government diverted some of those funds into those things when you generate local productivity. Because without local productivity, we will have to rely on foreign debts and foreign donations or the local debt. The debt ratio is very high. So what we are going to do as APP-SOBEYA is to look at how we are going to, one, increase the revenue generation of the government. How can the government increase its revenue generation without having to rely on the poor system of taxation in Gambia? How do we diversify our taxation to make sure that everyone that is earning an income in the Gambia, it's captured in? Because then it becomes shared. Businesses who don't doubt the Gambia has higher taxations. So these are some of the things that we are going to look at broadly. And once we maximize that input, then we can be able to invest it in the local economic in a way where it is going to double that generating capacity. And within a period of 3 to 4 years, as projected, we should be able to rely on the Gambia's domestic market instead of having to rely on foreign markets for donations and other stuff.
Okay. So
That
my follow-up question to that is,
my party leader is coming tomorrow online, and he will be able to elaborate more on that.
Yeah. He came here before. I mean, I know your party leader very well. So he came on this platform before. We had the opportunity to ask questions. I mean, here we ask and you give answers. So, but my follow-up question here is, how do you maximize? What kind of innovation would you guys do to ensure that revenue collection is maximized?
Okay, so it's not only about taxation. We need to also maximize the way our resources are being used and utilized. Let's look at fishing. The Gambia is losing a lot on the fishing sector. How do we maximize the revenue generated through fishing licensing or through the fishing activities? I understand that as of now, we do not even have a landing facility for fishing. Trawlers that are fishing in Gambian waters, they are landing their catches in Senegal. Are they paying fair percentages of tax? We do not know. Because once we do not have all these control mechanisms in place, we will not be able to maximize the uses of our resources. And I will borrow this from Halifa. Halifa, I have listened to one of his interviews, and he was talking about the bridge, the Senegambia bridge, and why it was mortgaged out to the Africa 50. That is a national asset that could have been used to increase the generation of our sovereign wealth. So all these things, okay, I am a young PDIS, sovereign wealth. Right. But all these things, they are part of the broader interest of APP-SOBEYA, because we are not a poor country. We have resources, and we are going to make sure that you maximize the usage of our resources. And ESA has came out. We've always been told Gambia has oil. And Senegal is now drilling the Sangomar field. So what is happening there? Are we entitled? Are we not entitled? What happened to all these things? All these things, I think so how many, it will come to light once APP-SOBEYA government comes in place. And ESA did promise people when he did the Congress in Farafenye that I am going to make sure there is accountability in this country. Dalasi Gambia, kuko leka dinko gene, and we want to stay consistent of that. Now, we are going to bring accountability. We are going to make sure Gambian resources are maximizely used for Gambian uses, for the benefit of the Gambian people. Hope that answers your question, good sir.
Thank you. You tried, but I was looking for digitalization just to kind of cut off the, track more revenue or not. But you did well. You're from Chakubantang, and kudos.
Like
I
said,
so
my
good,
boss
good
will
on
come
you, man.
tomorrow,
Good on
and
you.
my boss would be able to do a better job than I did. I'm very much.
Say that again.
Thank you. My boss is coming on tomorrow, and he'll be able to do a better job.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you, Os. Definitely. So finally, just give us your closing statement. And like we said, we are definitely honored. I think you represented APP-SOBEYA really well. Definitely. So just closing comments, and we thank you. We're honored to have you on this platform, Os.
Right. So I just want to start by saying thank you for this opportunity, and thank you to the viewers and everyone that has been listening to me go on for an hour. So I might not have everything right. And again, we are a young party, but most importantly, we are a very open and welcoming party. The Gambia has a very high youthful population. And I believe what APP and SOBEYA present, it's an avenue for younger people to come in and participate in politics. I am below 40, and I've been given this huge responsibility of being the mouthpiece of APP-SOBEYA. And I think that is a testament of how welcoming we are to the younger people of the Gambia. It is not about having immediate gains, but it is about the long-term processes. It is about the footprints that we put in place to make sure that we've contributed our quota towards how we want our country to be in the next 10 or 50 years. I want to see a country that would definitely take care of me when I am retired. Recently, we had a very good fatherly figure in Farafenye that passes away because there was no ambulance driver to drive him from Farafenye to Banjul for 10 hours. Do I want to retire in a country like that? And if the answer is no, and I want to retire in a country where if I am sick, there is available resources to take care of me, I have to participate in the governing process of my country. So this is a call to all the young people, and I'm encouraging them to embrace politics. Be part of the decision making, get involved in the process. It doesn't matter if you come to APP-SOBEYA or if you go to UDP or any other party. But it is about making the right decision and becoming part of that decision-making process so that we can move our country to where we want it to be in the future. So I just want to thank everyone, and I want to tell our listeners that they can listen to ESA's interview tomorrow with Peter Gomez. It's going to be very interesting, and a lot of revelations are coming tomorrow. So it's going to be from 9 till 11 a.m. in the morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Os. Thank you, Os. Definitely.
Tell him to shake it up tomorrow. I like his interview when he came in. He just needs to shake it up, man. Continue taking stab at the status quo. I love it. So
well, the rest assured of that. The rest assured. It's gonna be interesting tomorrow. And thank you, sir. And I do apologize to everyone that is watching if I have said anything that was correctly worded.
I think you did.
You did well, man. You did well.
And tell Esa though, we still need to bring him back for the people, by the people.
So well, he's back in Gambia now. He's just signed from the ICC.
Yes, absolutely.
To show you his level of commitment and seriousness towards bringing that necessary change for our country, he has decided to come back to the Gambia. He's resigned from his role as a prosecutor at the ICC and come back to the Gambia. And from now till elections, ESA will be constantly present in Gambia. And I'm very much sure he will be happy to come on board.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Os. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me on.
Yeah, new family. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mr. Bob.
Yes. So, Brother Maron, Fatu Dow. So we're
Yes.
going to get to this phase of the conversation. We're going to be joined by Madi Jabate. We are going to be talking issues of the week. And we all know that, boy, there are issues out there. No doubt, no doubt. And we will delve into it. But before that, we have to bring in our partners, the ones that help us come here every Sunday to have this program. And we thank them immensely.
Welcome to Kid Aisha Restaurant. We are located at 1460 Boston Road in the Bronx. We are open 7 days a week from 1 to 12 a.m. We serve Senegambian food and American soul food on Wednesdays and Senegambian food all 7 days. We do dine-in, we do takeout. We serve chebijin, chebiapa. We do mafe, we do plaza, we do ebe every other day. We have yassa ganat with rice, super kanja with white rice and fufu. We serve a lot of delicious foods. For dinner, we do dibi, chicken dibi, penta, whole chicken. We have shawarma, lots of good food. Also, offer catering services for weddings, baby showers, birthday parties, whatever you need, we got it here at Kid Aisha. You can call us at 718-450-8606. And we're also on Uber Eats. And if you've ever been to Kid Aisha, make sure you leave a review. Thank you guys for supporting, and we hope to see some new faces.
Thank you, thank you.
Welcome to the Gambia, a country with a rich tradition in tourism and a beacon for investors. Experience a nation committed to progress, a home where nature's beauty is matched by the warmth of its people. A nation that is fast-growing and developing, thriving for togetherness. At the heart of this development is the Global Properties, the Gambia's premier real estate developer. Introducing you to our latest property being developed, the Lakeview, an epitome of luxury and comfort. Whether you are looking for a residence or investment property, Lakeview is the ultimate option. The Gambia is not just a place to live, it's a place to thrive. Welcome home.
Thank you, Global Properties.
According to the World Health Organization, WHO, as estimated 7 million people die from air pollution globally each year. This includes both outdoor and indoor air pollution. Most of these deaths, 4.2 million, are caused by outdoor air pollution, such as from vehicle emissions, industrial activities, and wildfires. Indoor air pollution, such as from burning wood or cooking fuel, is responsible for an additional 2.8 million deaths. Air pollution is considered one of the leading environmental risk factors for premature death. It is associated with a wide range of health problems, including respiratory diseases, heart disease, stroke, and cancer. Each breath you take, there is something in it. The question is, what damage is that going to do to your health? One of the biggest misconceptions about air pollution is that it comes from one source, or it has the same health impact that is not so. Air pollution comes from many sources, and many sources change over time. For example, if you are standing by the road, ride particles coming from tire wears, brick wears, and there are particles traveling in the air that travel in far distances. An estimated 1,000 people die each year in Washington state due to outdoor air pollution. Air pollution is a serious problem in Washington state. In a new report from Washington Department of Ecology, researchers investigated health data for 16 overburdened areas of Washington and found people in these communities face a higher death rate from air pollution than the state average. The report also shows higher rates of chronic respiratory and cardiovascular conditions across the 16 areas, where ecology has identified vulnerable populations that face high levels of air pollution in addition to social, economic, and environmental inequities. People think air pollution affects the lungs, but perhaps what they did not realize, it affects every part of the body. The advertisement is funded by Ecology with funding from Washington's Climate Commitment Act. The CCA supports Washington's climate action efforts by putting cap and invest dollars to work reducing climate pollution, creating jobs, and improving public health in collaboration with New World International.
Thank you very much, New World International. Good afternoon, Brother Madi. It's good to have you back on this platform. How are you? Can you hear me, Madi?
Yeah, I can hear you. I hope you can hear me too.
Oh, we can hear you now for the minute there.
Good to be here. Thanks for the invitation and the welcome. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely, Madi. Of course, I'm sure Pasamba must have mentioned it. We saw one of your piece. This was in regards to the program at that Khalifa had with Quran. And we all witnessed what transpired, and there were mixed feelings and reactions.
Yes.
Some obviously did not agree with the way Quran went about it. And then, of course, Aminata Korea coming out and basically sharing similar sentiments. And then I read your piece, and you said that the way our political structure is, our parties are owned by individuals. And that it's about time that we have people challenging that. I mean, you were very clear that unless and until that is changed, our democracy will be heading in the wrong direction. Again, I don't want to paraphrase. I think I responded to that piece as well. And I thought it was important to bring you so that we can definitely interrogate that. Because clearly, going all the way back to independence, we had the PPP. Jawara was the main guy. I mean, nobody would basically challenge him for almost 30 years. During that same time, there was PS Njai. PS Njai was basically the owner of UP. PS Njai was gone, there's no more UP. Same thing can be said about NCP. So if you look at our political parties, it looks like, really, compared to, let's say, the West, you come to the US, you have the Democrats and then you have the Republicans. You cannot really say that one single individual controls the party. Now one can look at the Republican Party and say that it's controlled by Trump. The Democratic Party is still looking for a leader, but we don't have that. So why our country is in this situation that parties are owned by individuals, and very rarely, very, very rarely, people will not even challenge the leadership. So we thought we bring you and let's interrogate that. So I will just allow you to delve into that, Mr. Madi.
All right, thank you, and great to be here. To my sister Fatu and my brothers here, good to see all of you. Thank you. Yeah, so I think this is the malaise that has affected us as a nation. Of course, the history is important, as you mentioned, PS Njai and Jawara, so that when you go back, in the early 50s, when 1954 political parties were asked to be created, Gambia Democratic Congress, Balaja Humpa, and until 1959, Jawara. You look at the level of social development in the Gambia in terms of, say, education, political awareness, political activity. The chiefs had to consider, because then we had the Protectorate People's Society, had to look around to see who to lead us, because there are so many few people, educated people, and Jawara was one of two who were available. So when you look at that background, it tells you how it was easy for one person to dominate a party, And so we can excuse Jawara and PS Jai, Gaba Jahumpa, and those people at the time. But then also we would come to hold them responsible for the failure to transform the country, to situate it on a strong democratic foundation, so that in the case of Jawara, who eventually moved, post-independence with PSD and the others, they did not create democratic institutions. And Jawara, everybody would speak about his democratic orientation or, demeanor, how he was such a decent person. But Jawara failed to, make PPP a truly democratic party by building internal democratic structures, systems, processes, and of course the democratic awareness in the population. And so, given the history where we came from, Jawara came with so much, popularity, so much, influence and power with respect, so that in the end, he overshadowed the party, and the party became synonymous with him. Notions like Jawara no falter or Gambia Jawaran town, that is a Gambia without Jawara, they are all notions that were created at the time. And so until then, up to, let's say, 1991, when Jawara declared that he wanted to step down at the Amaskonko Congress, I felt before 1991, Jawara should have looked into really the governance of this country, and that cannot be done without proper democratic structures, processes in place, both at a party level and at a national level. Now, failure to do that, of course, one can go further to even say how 1994 came about. So one, I think, Jawara and his contemporaries, did not come to create that kind of dispensation. So that by 1975, when even SM Diba branched off, created the NCP, it became his property. All right, and again, as I said, when you look at the socio-cultural level of our people, people gave all the reverence and the space to, SM Diba as a respected person, so that the idea of, leadership change and, that kind of democratic processes, the internal affairs of the party, how it is to be decided, we are not issues that had preoccupied SM Diba also, and the membership of the PP or the NCP, and he continued until his demise. All right, and then we get to the another phase when we saw Doi emerge, all right, in 1986, and also the pioneers of Doi, with all the good intentions and determination and so on, did not find the need, the urgency to create a political party, as a democratic institution. Even though all these parties claim democracy either in their names or their objectives and vision and so on, but maintain the party as it is. And as I argued in my piece, we have to realize that in a democracy like ours, in a republic, if we chose to go through the multi-party system, then we got to realize that these multi-party or parties are national institutions, national structures that should be founded on certain values and standards and processes that should transcend individuals and groups, but really be, some impersonate kind of structures, submitting themselves to very high principles and standards of governance, of participation, of decision making, of inclusion, and so on. Given that it is political parties, as I said, who come to run the state, So I think that failure from Jawara to SM Diba to Doi, and then we moved to 1996 with the creation of UDP, which also failed to create that necessary democratic dispensation in their party by establishing certain, principles, structures and requirements and so on, but rather left it, to be dominated by one person and a few people, executive committee, and so you can see how that permeates all our political parties up to the latest ones that we are seeing now post 2017. So for me, that failure, that weakness in our governance system accounts for the failure of the Gambia, because ultimately it is these parties and politicians who have become the governors of our institutions of governance and development. And because they did not come, with that democratic dispensation, democratic perspective, and and so on, even though they speak about it very well, they put it in their names. They, have semblance of democracy, but in real sense, democracy was missing. And so that's how self-perpetuation becomes part of our political narrative. Personality politics became real. For me, even identity politics, because again, party leaders get associated with ethnic groups and even with regions. So when all of those things happen, you realize a lot of other things come to play: favoritism, nepotism, the corruption, and above all, the inability, the inefficiency of the political parties to play their role, so that any party, therefore, that comes to occupy the state immediately survives, because you take advantage of state institutions, state resources. And so when you are out of the state, you realize that you cannot anymore sustain yourself. But even before you get to the state, if the party did not survive, because that leader who founded it left, or the party then struggles to survive and eventually gets weaker and weaker and weaker. And so for me, this is a lesson we need to learn from our own history, our experience. That if we are talking about the new Gambia, we cannot just focus on the government, on the elected president, the parliament, and so on. But I think the transformation has to start in in the political parties. So, and finally, to say, I used to work for WFD, Westminster Foundation for Democracy. When they approached me, to come to the Gambia, and they talked about, how they work with parliaments and so on. I told them, fine. But I told them, if you will hear me, in the Gambia, given our history, I think our primary target should be the political parties, because we cannot build democracy in the absence of political parties. And we can learn from UK itself, and you mentioned the United States, the role that political parties are playing.
Correct.
So I told them, so long as our political parties are weak, our government will remain weak, but also corrupt, overbearing, simply because the political parties are weak, and which means the parliament will be dominated by the executive, even though we may have multiple parties present in the parliament. And we can see how our parliament has been largely inefficient since 2018, the 5th parliament and the 6th parliament. All right. The malaise for that, the tragedy of that goes back to the kind of political parties that we have. So if you want to transform this country, economic, social, health, electricity, whatever area you want to deal with, I think in the lineup, in the top agenda, political parties should be there. The kind of parties we have in the Gambia are a liability. They cannot transform this country.
So Madi, let's deal with our reality. Obviously, we imported, or they handed over, the legacy of multi-party democracy from the colonialists. From the beginning, you have different political parties, UP, PPP, before independence. And those parties always revolved around an individual, the leader. We can look at each and every one of these parties today. We heard what the president said, NPP, that he's actually going to run because he's doing it to basically make sure that the party will stay alive. All of us, including yourself, we know if Barrow were to step aside, most likely NPP will just crumble like Call of Cards. Most people will say that. You look at Doi, for instance, you said it was formed since 1986. We had 2, 3, 4 individuals that were really carrying the party. They believe in the vision. They believe in the ideology. Most people would tell you, if those people were to step aside, I mean, again, you can say that they did not promote internal democracy and all of that. But the reality is, if they step aside, most likely, Doi will not be the way we know about Doi. You look at the United Democratic Party. For the whole of 2024, there were a lot of talks about competition within the party. And most observers will tell you, if Mr. Dabo were to step aside, the chances are the UDP will not be the same UDP that we know of. So that is the dilemma, and that is a problem. How do you solve that? I mean, because these people know that if they were to step aside or promote basically what you are insinuating, the internal democracy, the party will be fractured and they wouldn't have a party to speak about. So my question is it multi-party democracy itself that have a problem? Or is just this lack of so-called internal democracy within the parties themselves?
Yeah, so I don't think multi-party democracy as a concept, as an idea, has a problem. Just like a political party as a concept doesn't have a problem. So it is the it is the application of this idea that is being the problem. And the application also is something strange. I think, like I said, I know, everyone knows, a lot of these parties are occupied by people who know, who are informed, who are educated, who have exposure and experience. And so they cannot claim ignorance. So that, let's say from 1986, even if you forget about Jawara, but from 1986 with Doi, 1996 with UDP, and all to the point to today, they know. And so what needs to be done, and what I had expected, and I made this point in my piece, how in countries that are undergoing, let's say, a liberation struggle from colonialism or foreign occupation, but also dictatorship, sometimes the forces that are fighting, would lower the bar, would, ignore, disregard a lot of democratic standards and processes because the urgency of the situation. So I had expected that when 2017 came, all of the parties would have realized that the new dispensation that has emerged after 2016 would require that we go back and, properly establish democracy, not just to restore democracy in the Gambia, but also in our political parties, because one cannot go without the other. But, they have all failed to do so. And what do they need to do? All they needed to do is to realize that we now have to institutionalize our political parties. All right. We now have to create necessary instruments and processes and structures that are beyond and above an individual or a group, but rather we are all submitting to certain values and standards and vision or objective, as a political party. So unfortunately, we can see from 2017 to date, that hasn't been the case. So institutionalizing it, for example, how do we structure the party? Now, I looked at the Democratic Party of the United States, their executive committee, their, what they call it, Democratic National Congress. And I noticed the membership, for example, is not more than 15 people. All right. Now, look at the executive committee of UDP or DOE and any of these parties. You are counting 20 to 30 people. Some parties more than 30 people. Now, and these people, what do they do in that executive committee? How often does this executive committee or central committee meet? What is the decision-making process about it? All right. What are the time limits? All right. But also, when you look at, a party like, say, the Democratic Party or the Labour Party, Conservative Party in the UK, all right, and many other democracies, in the Gambia, the party leader, Secretary General, most likely is also going to be the flag bearer. All right. And for me, which should have informed us, look, party leader, Secretary General, or party chairperson, maybe that should not be a person, that should also be a party flag bearer. How do we decentralize power? So that a flag bearer, which it would be an individual we put forward for a president, should come when the time arises. But the everyday functioning running of the party should be led by somebody in a structure like the National Committee, but led by party leader, party chair, or Secretary General, which should not be a position that should transcend into flag bearer, so that we limit operations, we limit boundaries, so that we are able to now build our party. And that is the way we are going to institutionalize, so that beyond that executive committee, can we have other committees? Like you go to any of our parties today, to the party headquarters. What do you find there? Do you find offices there for communication, for research, for recruitment, for policy making, for legal drafting? All right. If you ask all of our parties today, where is your policy document on climate change? How many parties can give you a piece of paper right now? Say, this is our position paper on climate change, or policy on women's empowerment or on environment and so on. You go to their websites. What do you see there? All right. So we have failed to institutionalize our parties. And because we have failed to institutionalize our parties, a lot of people are in the executive, and they'll tell you they've never attended an executive meeting. Or regardless, that executive, the decision that the party will make is still subject to one person's decision, or like or dislike. Right. And so as a result, if you are in opposition, you will find it difficult to play the role of a political party in the opposition in holding the government accountable, or putting the necessary pressure on the government. But then the government, which is run by a party, because we say a ruling party, would be able to, do anything they want, almost without any checks, without any pressure, without any consequence, because the people who should hold you to account, political parties, are so weak. And so in the end, if you are the incumbent, what you may end up having is everyone trying to align yourself with you, as we can see how many parties have gone to borrow, because they cannot survive, because the party is not based on any institutionalization. The party is based on one person or a few people. And so the fact that you call yourself opposition party and then you go and align with the ruling party, then you are no more opposition party.
Definitely.
You should just abandon and then just join this party. All right? But it is not even elections, and you go and join a ruling party permanently, then you are not a party. You're not a party. You just get in.
That's why I'm saying, maybe if we were to, we emulate what's done, best practices they call it, what you see in England, what you see in the United States, the two-party system, or go back to what some of our original forefathers during the time of independence, create a one-party state. In other words, we all join the party and then we compete from within. So this whole multi-party, you got 15, 20 for sure. And when everything is said and done, when we get closer to elections, they'll switch. I own the party, Musa Jeng's party, I'll go and join Barrow. I'll make the calculation to join the party that I think is going to win the next election. So that is why I'm saying maybe we need to look at the system itself and try to see, let's do it the way it's done in other countries. Have a two-party system that you can join, and not this whole
So Musa, the issue is the bottom line is governance. Everyone governs themselves. Now, the system of governance is what you will see in different countries. All right. If you go to Iran, their governance system is that there are no political parties.
Yes.
All right. They are led by an Ayatollah who has the final say, but politicians can stand as individuals and then compete to become president, form a government. Now, if you go to China, they don't call it democracy. All right. Because again, so that we also don't get lost with this word democracy. For me, we can look at it in terms of governance. So China, they don't have political parties. They have one party, actually, the Communist Party. So everyone belongs to a Communist Party whose central committee, the People's Congress, goes to select a leader. And right now, that central committee or the People's Assembly has decided that Xi Jinping would be the president for the next, beyond 5 terms. Because since 1947, they've ensured that they have 5-year term for each, a 5-year term and 2-term, basically. And, when you look at the output in terms of economic, social development, you can see the great success China has made. But that is our governance system. Now, the West, there are two or more different systems there. U.S. has predominantly two parties, all right, as part of their governance system. But they have other parties that are not prominent, but the two are there. Now, what are the pros and cons of having only a two-party system, all right, in America, so that when one party takes over, they can undo all the things that the other party did? And right now, we are seeing the effects of that. Now, if you go to UK, it's also largely two parties, all right, with other, semi parties. I mean, so to speak, all right, and they seem to probably do better because, apart from the two parties, their executive, that is that their cabinet government, cabinet ministers are parliamentarians. There's no separation of powers between the legislature and the executive as it is in the United States. Now, has that been good or bad? We can look at the pros and cons. But then you go to France or you go to the Netherlands or Sweden, it's not two parties. It's so many parties to the point that today in Netherlands, for example, for 1 year, and Belgium went through it some time ago, they have no prime minister. But then they have parties represented in the parliament, and decision making is very consultative, is very transactional sometimes, and but they have managed to maintain a political system in which they have avoided, all right, the dominance of one party or one idea, and with the kind of parties they have now, we are seeing the influence that other parties that call themselves environmental, the Greens, also making significant contributions in terms of environment and so on. So the point therefore is the governance. In our case, we have chosen multi-party presidential system, all right, where we have a president and then a parliament is very separate from the executive because our ministers are not elected, are not in the parliament, and parliamentarians cannot become executive members. Now, we used to have that before 1994, all right, that kind of system that is in the UK. But now this is what we have. I think it is workable, all right. As I said, it's a matter of application. I think it is workable. The only reason for the moment that why it is not working, because since independence, since 1994, when many more parties emerged, the parties have failed to uphold democratic principles and practices. And that is what needs to be addressed. And this is why I have said this well before Kurang said this. This has always been my point, criticism of the political parties long before today. All right. And I insist, keep on saying it. But that is the point. So what Kurang said about DOI, it's the same thing about UDP, about GDC, about JMC and GPDP and so on. And the leaders of these parties and the members of these parties have to demonstrate that leadership and responsibility to say, look, we are going to confront this abnormal situation in our parties and demand institutionalization. All right, the institutionalization of political parties in this country, if you want to build strong democracy, and that is if you want to create a strong governance system, and that courage, I don't know, or commitment, interest is what I'm not seeing in the political parties.
Yeah, let me allow Fatu and Pasamba to come in, either comment, statement, or question, or just contribute. Pasamba, what do you think?
Well, Mari, I think you've raised some very fundamental issues. You're right. What we have in the Gambia is political parties are not necessarily institutionalized, but they are personalized. And for the most part, most parties in the Gambia were formed by an individual. An individual will have the aspiration to become a president and say, you know what, I am going to form a political party. And this is why most of our parties do not function on a daily basis. There are some that are just active during elections. And when elections are over, they go back to the regular ways. Now, there is a difference though. Let's say in the West, like let's say the Democratic Party, whoever is selected to run the Democratic Party during a process is a paid job. It's not necessarily they don't sacrifice for it, whereas most of our political parties are people who come and just sacrifice their time and resources and to run it. And the other issue is, maybe that's where the problem is too, is political parties in the West are run by individuals. They are financed by members, individuals. Whereas in our body politic, you, the politician or the party leader, are expected to give money to the voters. So pretty much, instead of, and this is where, like, the membership, let's say the Democratic Party, or the Republican Party, the membership are very powerful because they finance the party. We all, some of us who live in the United States here, when elections are coming, you get inundated with emails every day. Oh, the deadline is today for us to report. We need you to donate $5. We need you to donate $10 or so. Whereas in the Gambia is the opposite, where if you are the party leader, you are expected to dig into your pocket to finance the affairs of the party. You are expected to give money to the voters. There is going to be a shift, a paradigm shift, that is going to be forced by circumstances and realities of today. In that now you have a young and upcoming, politicians who are looking for a lot more accountability. But again, we also have to be careful when we look at that. Let's look at the CA, for example, and this is not to be antagonistic or anything. When they came, if you look at their manifesto, you look at their not their manifesto, their constitution, it was very attractive. And you're looking at it and say, wow, there is a different way of running things. When we saw what happened during their last Congress, according to media reports, I stand to be corrected, that they even had to suspend. One of the reasons why they had to postpone their Congress was because there was somebody else challenging for the leadership of the party. That was what was reported. I don't know how true this is. And coincidentally, the guy who was challenging came out and said, because of, in the interest of unity and the growth of the party, I am withdrawing my candidacy for the Secretary General. So I'm not going to challenge Dr. Sisi for the Secretary General position. So it's a serious conversation that needs to happen. And I think, like you said, if you are a government out of office, you must act like one, so that at least when you go in there, you'll be able to run, the government effectively. And I think this is the challenge, the dilemma that our politics has. And maybe you can explain this, Mari, and see. Would it be now ideal to start having public funding of political parties from the state? That way, at least, it's not going to be something that is owned by an individual, financed by an individual, run by an individual, but at least people can have stake in it. Because definitely, I want to re-echo this. The reason why most of these political leaders are very powerful in their parties and can sometimes dictate what happens is because they run everything. They finance it from their own pocket. They do everything. Everything revolves around them. Whereas here, like Musa was saying, in the West, it's different. For Obama to run for office, he would have to email Musa Jeng 150,000 times a day so that Musa would contribute his $5. So Musa has a say in what the party does, where what you say become important. But if it is the other way around, you are at the mercy of the leader or the owner of the party.
Yeah, so I mean, this is why I always have argued also to modernize. So it is to modernize, to democratize our political parties. Now, and that would include not just in terms of leadership, membership, decision making, but funding. Funding is critical. Now, I do not think state funding, I would be cautious about state funding of political parties, because we are not going to limit the number of parties. And we cannot have a situation where you have, like Gambia now has 21 registered parties and 31 parties, 41 parties, and the state funds them. All right. But also I don't seem to agree with the way it is in America, because you have funding in a way that an individual or a company can go and fund a party, so to speak. It's just to make sure that parties are not bought by individuals, and then we get to a situation we have somebody like Elon Musk come and take such a big role in our governance and so on. So for me, we have to get to a point to come to agree. We have to govern ourselves as a republic. Now, to govern this country, what processes do we put in place? Now, if you go the multi-party way, how do we fund political parties? All right. Should members who claim to be members of this party make a membership contribution? All right. But even where we said others can donate, all right, businesses, individuals, how do we make sure such donation does not come to interfere with the independence, with the objective, with the overall of the party, and then the overall governance of the Gambia, so that it is not subject to the whims and caprices of individuals because of the amount of money they put into the election of a candidate or a party, to win the state, to win state power. So these are all conversations that we would have to have, so that at the end of the day, we are having political parties as national institutions, all right? And how do we, to the greatest extent possible, make sure these national institutions are not victims of hijack or control by, an individual inside the party, but also by outsiders simply because of the funding or the donation that they give to this party. And for me, the world has so many examples of governance systems that as Gambia, as Africa, we can look at all of those examples and learn from the best, or what we can gather from everywhere to look at what is best, what's the most workable governance system, cost effective, and protected from abuse and manipulation by individuals inside or outside. So I think for me, this is the question that we need to deal with, which unfortunately it is not an issue that is coming. So that you look at the latest example you give in regards to CA, one can come with all the rationalization they may give, but at the end of the day, it all goes back to the same thing: how the party founded by an individual or a few people feel obliged to maintain or support or stand behind those people. And so in my piece, I have raised the issue of, how do we create leadership processes that are not negotiated, that are not no horse trading, So we have seen that in many party congresses, individuals talk to so that they can withdraw their candidacy to allow for another person to run. Now, the moment we start to negotiate, then we are weakening our democracy and the strength of governance, and the institutionalization of that party, because then the party now is being overshadowed by individual personal interest and influence and power. So for me, this is what we need to look at, as a country. But until then, the situation in which we are, our political parties that are in the opposition are hugely disadvantaged, whilst those in power are hugely advantaged, because the deciding factor now becomes who controls power, state power in this instance, and so unless there is a massive coalition like in 2016, you realize that to remove the incumbent becomes challenging. And we've seen this example everywhere across Africa. Senegal, it has to take so much struggle and pain and, coalition with, in PASTEF or around PASTEF to be able to remove Macky Sall. But at the same time, during Macky Sall's time, it has to take so much, coalition and, among the opposition to be able to remove what, And so how long this will continue? Now, it is happening simply because our political parties continue to be dominated by individuals, to circulate around individuals. And, that is a matter that we need to address.
Yeah. Brother Morong.
Thank you, Maddie, for coming on the show. Maddie, very interesting perspective. I've always believed if we're going to model and talk about term limits, I think it needs to start with internal party dynamics. And, the way last week, especially a member challenging a leader of a political party, I think it could have been done differently rather than the pretty hysterical tab displayed on TV. But that's besides the point. But I think as a person who believes in your work and member of a CSO, how do we see these different dynamics play out? We've seen the same political parties have the same leaders for a while, but the same political parties, especially the actors, pushing for term limits, especially when it comes to the presidency. How do you talk those dynamics?
Come again. What dynamics do I?
No. What I'm saying is, we had, like what you were talking before, like we've since the inception of all these different political parties, we have the same leaders at the forefront as leaders. Internally, there is not a robust democratic process in place, especially to change the leadership mantle from one year to another. Per se, we don't have limits or like term limits in terms of our own political parties, saying if you serve and you run on a national platform for 1 year or for one election cycle or two election cycles, say 10-year term, maybe we need to have a fresh phase to vie for that position. We don't have that. But again, when we go, we're talking about term limits, especially when we had this conversation, national dialogue about our new constitution. We wanted to say the president needs to run for 2 terms. But in our own political parties, that is not enforceable. I understand there is not, rules enforcing that, but I think based on morality, don't you think there is some type of a stark difference what we say and what we practice in general? I think that's what my conversation say. And how do you tie these two dynamics to convince folks that in democracy or in a national, our president should serve 2 terms, but within our local political parties, we don't practice that?
Yeah, I think when I reflect on it, harsh it may sound, but our politicians, our political parties, and their leaders, are not actually interested in democracy and good governance. Really, even though, of course, that's the whole talk they talk, and and probably even that's the objective they have, and that is the name they carry. But then it amazes me how, therefore, if you understand what is good governance, what is the governance of a republic, why would you fail to create a proper institution, especially when the government that you or the ruling party you are trying to replace and that government you want to occupy, you demand that that government operate according to democratic values and standards. And then you fail to create that democratic values and standards in substance in your party. So for me, how do we therefore deal with self-perpetuation or personalization of parties? Bearing in mind that when that is the case, therefore, how do we enhance democracy and good governance in our country? So I think all the political parties, both the leadership and the membership, need to ask themselves this: what do you understand to be governance? What do you understand to be democracy? How do you hope to salvage this country, to take this country further? what are the instruments, the tools, the vehicle to do that? So sometimes I feel political parties are, that awareness, or maybe the awareness is not there, but the commitment, the courage, to determination to do that is absent. And so I have called many times that the members, even if not the leaders, but the members in political parties need to undertake a revolution to change their party. So I supported, let's say, Yunus Hydra when he was talking about this flag bearer issue, leadership issue in UDP. And that, look, these are the voices we need in each party, because our parties, the way they are established, the way they are running, it's not going to, bring any difference to the governance and the development of this country seriously. And so that's why I welcome Mr. Kurang, as well, and Aminata when they spoke out. And I get surprised when people say the way they do it, the manner in which they do it. No, there's no way and manner in this. I mean, this is a festering wound that has to be addressed. And it is going to be painful because this is a festering wound that has existed for so long. To change it, it is not going to be easy. And you can see, surprisingly, disappointingly, how party leaders and party members both attack, let's say, Yunus, all right, or Alaji Kurang for raising this. So it means overall as well, the average Gambian, what do we understand to be a democratic republic? What kind of country do we want? So that if Mahdi is a leader of this party, people feel that Mahdi is above scrutiny, and he should be there permanently. I mean, and challenging Mahdi is such an aberration, is such a, is blasphemous. I mean, what is that? So how do we, and which is even more scandalous, Sariang, you would see Gambians like you and Musa here and Fatu and Coach, who are in advanced democracies, seeing what the vibrations within the Democratic Party, even with Trump, the Democratic Party or the Labour Party, the quality of democracy and the standards they set. You will see people from the West, Gambians in those places, defending what is in the Gambia. I've seen people who live in UK, who live in the US for years, telling us, when Halifa started this, where was Alhaji Kurang? Or, Yunus has an agenda to say this about. I mean, like, you wonder, do Gambians ourselves, do we know what this, do we appreciate democracy? Do we even appreciate ourselves? Don't we want, to move this country to another level? So, I mean, it's mind-boggling.
Yeah, thank you. And I think I heard Musa saying such, and which is quite the truth. I mean, the president said, the reason I wanted to go for another term because I don't want my party to die. I really think that's a non-starter. If you are in there, you build leadership. All of us, build our individual homes. We spend money to take our kids. That way, we're no more. Those kids, they can soldier on and take responsibility and face challenges in the real world. And I think the testament of leadership is to build, and at the end, you pass the baton, and your legacy continues. And quite frankly, we haven't seen that. And I'm very, very open to have this conversation moving forward. How do we replicate these belief, the type of belief that we cannot change the status quo, or your thinking, or some of the voices of dissent? If you say something that is in contravention with the conventional wisdom, somehow you are against, or you are there to undermine the party structure or the party dynamics. I really think it's flawed, and I think all of us need to have a good conversation moving forward, because it's a testament. For example, people keep saying, Barrow is a byproduct of UDP, even though he moved. But did we do our due diligence at the time, whereby we play
the true democracy and all those principles that stood forth to ensure that we expand on our democratic space. For example, all these little wickets that make up a vibrant democratic society, are we adhering to those principles? And I think that's the fundamental key here that we're talking about. And it's just that when we see political parties, we see more of an individual. And I don't know what your thought is on that one and how we could expand that conversation moving forward.
I think this issue should constitute part of our constitutional and legal reforms. I think we should put certain things in our constitution in terms of the governance and operations or management of political parties. They should be more elaborate in the Elections Act. Now, in 2015, they made certain changes in the Elections Act to say each political party should have a representation, in each region of the Gambia, so that you have a presence there, to reflect your national character. Now, that is a matter to look at. And also, I know this perennial problem of party financing. There should be disclosure of party financing. And it's, incredible how political parties, but even Gambians like you and me, Gambians in advanced democracies who can go to the Democratic Party website today and look at donations to the Democratic Party and their financial report, but you don't have such kind of report from UDP or DOE or GDC or NPP, and they will say, no, political parties should not disclose their funding because government is not funding them. Again, highlighting what do Gambians understand about democracy and governance. So these are things we can take up as matters of constitutional and legal reforms, so that, our parties are required to uphold, to maintain a certain high level of governance, and this is about transparency and accountability, knowing fully well that these parties are not a joke, because these parties are coming to occupy. They are seeking the mandate of the people to come to occupy our state, to which we pay our tax, that we put in their control as the ruling government, our military, our security, the arms of this country. And so whoever is going to handle our tax, whoever is going to handle our arms and ammunitions, whoever is going to handle our forces, all right? Whoever is going to control the system to which you and I, the moment we are born, we are registered in that system. If you buy a property, we are registered in that system. If you go to school, any institution, if you travel in and out, even if you marry or die, we register with that system. So whoever is going to control that system, that's a very powerful tool that this person is controlling, or this group is controlling. So all effort should be made to make sure whoever is coming to now control that, this power, all, efforts, all safeguards are put there from the very beginning to the end, that we ensure your transparency and accountability. Otherwise, look what we have. You elect people to come and control state power. State power is the most powerful tool, institution in a republic, in a country. And you give it to people, and every day we see things are happening and nothing can happen to them. So I think people need to look at political parties from that perspective. All right. But then, I don't know whether people are not aware or they forget about that. But that has been the struggle, not just in the Gambia, but even in those advanced societies, so that, you look at party financing, disclosure of party financing, all right, or appointments, in political office. In America, it did not, it came as a result of what happens as a result of political parties. When JFK appointed his brother as Attorney General, before that, appointments of family and friends were happening in U.S. government since Abraham Lincoln's, George Washington's time. But that raises an issue that, look, such appointments should be controlled. All right? The Watergate scandal raised issues about party financing. And they changed laws in America or created laws to, make sure enough light is shed on political parties. But at the same time, enough checks are put there so that, people elected into public office do not, bring their parties through which the individuals, family, friends to come and mess up the state. So I think for us, if we have to learn lessons, our experience since independence, all right, the fact that Jawara could sit there 30 years, every election being voted, you can say it was free and fair, fine, and so on. But for one person to be there 30 years, elected over and over, all right, raises questions as to the quality of our governance, all right, but also the quality of governance and democracy in the PPP, that they could maintain one person, even when that person said, I want to step down, they said, no, you cannot step down, all right? And people can make all sorts of arguments. There is no time limit in UK or in Sweden or in Netherlands, and these are advanced countries. But that is because you are ignorant of the history, the political history of the UK. And the UK is said that, like any of these advanced countries, to serve as prime minister for 5 years itself is an incredible achievement. Like, it's huge. So the fact that there's no time limit in UK or Netherlands or Sweden is not a reason to say that for Gambia doesn't need time limit or to underplay, to undermine or disregard the importance of time limits. So I think we need to learn from our lessons over the period to see that our governance is messy because, first and foremost, our political party system has a problem.
Yes,
thank you.
Yes, Madi. There are a lot of comments. I mean, like they always say, for this program, there's a big elephant in the room. A lot of people are tuning in for us to talk about that big elephant, really, more than anything else. And it has a lot to do with the Batambedu issue, if you want to call it the Batambedu gate. That is something that we have to talk about. Everybody is talking about it. And I'm going to start with Madi. I saw your EF, Edward Francis Small, put out a press release. Sorry?
I'm not on mute. Before you get to that topic, Musa, I want to add something to what all of you are saying.
Sorry, go ahead.
About the multi-party system, and I am thinking in Africa or in Gambia. I think we are evolving though, because America and the UK did not start right away. But I think we should encourage term limits in governance and term limits in political parties. You, Madi, if you have your party and you're running it for 25 years, 30 years, if you did not become president, I think you should give chance to other members of the party, to make it more inspiring. You should be there as a godfather, on the side as an advisor, as you know what I mean. But every political party or party system in the country, I think we need to nurture this term limit. And when you can say it's okay, let me give the limelight to others, then you will see that's how you encourage the younger members in your party to take leadership positions, because they know tomorrow I can be president of this party if I try hard. They can learn within the party. The party should function like a government, I think, informal governments, where after 10 years, after 10, 15 years of trying and you did not win, don't tell me you don't have enough people in the party that can take up. All that credit might be given to you because you might be the one who started this, who did the rough work. If anybody who said, well, I started this party, if George Washington of America or Jawara says, well, I was the one who brought us from the independence era to the democratic dispensation, so I'm going to die in this office. It doesn't look good. We have to let every member, every citizen to be able to participate and grow in your party. That should be made available too, so that even though if you are the party leader, there are 10, 15 people who at any given time can be leaders of that party, but you will have to step aside, So I think we have to encourage term limits, whether you are the real president. If it's the real president of the country, the constitution should not let anybody pass 2 terms, but encourage it too into the the informal party politics sector too. This, if Doi had done this and encouraged, Doi was a very popular party within the youths. The youths used to like it since the 90s, you know, up to today. But where are they? Or very few are left, and the few that try to wiggle are clamped down. I can, you know, not just Doi. I think that happens in all our political party systems. I think that really kills the aspirations of younger people. You know, okay, I'm in the UDP, or I'm in DOI, or I'm NPP. You're just going to be clapping hands, going to meetings, you know, doing all kind of, you know, but you will never see a very impressive structure, political structure from that group, because everything is centered on one person, waiting for one person. Just as we have democratic and term limits for real governance, I think political parties too should encourage participatory, inclusive, and, you know, motivational, you know, motivate their party people, the youngsters to aspire to be leaders. You know, don't cut them down, don't let them know fear, you know. Well, because you are well respected. And Gambian African politics is different too, you know, because there'll be sectors that are older will be like, oh, we're gonna cling to Madi, and there'll be the other ones who will be like, no, we want some changes in the party system, you know. So I think that also contributes. So that's all. I think it's about time, you know, we get to the next topic, because I don't think I'll be here longer. That's just what I want to add to what you said.
I agree with you. I agree.
Definitely. So, Madi or the gang, like I was saying, the big elephant in the room is what we just read from Mustafa Dabo, the revelation. Most of us were here in 2016, and when Jammeh was removed, we had high hopes and aspiration that finally the dictator was sent packing. Yes, there was a Jammeh commission. Out of that commission, there were recommendations in regards to things that were stolen from the state, owned by Jammeh. The guy that came through the barrel of the gun did not even have $150 in his name, became a very powerful and rich man. And he stole all of that. Yeah. Then the fundamental question comes out, those assets that belong to the people was processed or sold in a way shrouded in secrecy. And everybody reading that piece begin to scratch your head and see what happened. And Maddie, you put out a press release. What's your thinking? I understand that you recommended Batambedu for the judgeship that he applied for in ICC, correct? ICJ. And then out of your press release, the latest one, you have withdrawn that because of the the piece that you saw from Mustafa Dabo. So can you kind of walk us through how did you get to that decision, decided that, you know what, this is what and also please help us out, because you have recommended him for a reason, for what he has done, I'm hoping, and you're withdrawing it for a reason as well. So can you kind of just walk us through that?
Yeah, thank you. You have to commend the Republic, led by Mustafa, for that story, and to also appreciate the value of investigative journalism, which we badly need in that country.
Sure.
You know, and I wish them well, and I wish we continue to grow in that regard. Now, when I read the report, it was a very damning report, and you know, it raised a lot of issues of abuse of power, corruption, conflict of interest, favoritism, and so on. You know, which is concerning. I think every citizen should be concerned about that. But you know, this issue of the Jammeh assets, or so-called Jammeh assets, has been in controversy over the period. You know, you recall Alaji Kurang, who was secretary to the Jammeh Commission, raising issues leading to his dismissal or resignation I had come at the time to say the chair of the commission, Mr. Jane himself, but also the Gambia government should look into the petition or the query that Raji Kuram was raising. But then since then also, there has always been, accusations and counter accusations about the way and manner these assets were, sold or distributed or taken care of. And so for me, the Republic report has come out as, the most authoritative account of what happened to those assets, which cannot be ignored, because a lot of the things that have come out, I talk to individuals, and I mean, WhatsApp groups, on Facebook, people make claims and you hear accusations made against individuals, ministers, including by himself. But you can understand these are people expressing their opinion. Now, an outfit like an investigative journalist go out to do, and you look at the presentation of the story, it tells you there are serious legal and institutional, issues in this matter which requires attention. And so that is where our point started, that this report cannot be ignored because it has raised very serious and pointed to serious institutional, legal process and individual elements that we need to look at. Now, of course, we had earlier endorsed Barr's candidacy for the International Court of Justice judge, and that was based on, again, Barr as the first justice minister after the change of government, his contributions in terms of building the transitional justice process, the creation of the TRRC, for example, the creation of the CRC, and I was part of the civil society media coalition on access to information, in which he gave us open doors to the extent that by 2021 we had Access to Information Act for the first time in the Gambia. We drafted that, Tango and the Gambia Press Union, all right, with the Gambia Bar Association. So, and of course, during Barr's tenure, issues have arisen. For example, the passport scandal, diplomatic passport to his, I think, mother and sister or so. In our interaction, because I have also criticized Barr for many things, as a public official, as a minister, in the way things were going. But also in all his tenure, would come out and talk to either the nation or to the Bar, to the civil society, to clarify issues, to take positions, and even to withdraw his position on certain things. For example, the Criminal Offences Bill 2019, when they presented it with the insult laws, all right, and we raised our voices, and then that law was withdrawn. So I see a lot of good contributions, or that he did, and so given all of that, and his stance with the victims, we felt to endorse his candidacy. But then when this independent or the Republic report came out, the issue of Jammeh's assets is a matter of victims. It's integral to our transitional justice. And so it is so grave that we feel, particularly when we have declared 2025 the year of transparency and accountability, that on the whole, Barr also has not provided adequate transparency about these assets. So that since Kuram made his criticism and petition against the commission, there was a lot of debate about it, but it appears that for me now, on hindsight, Barr should have taken other actions other than accepting the resignation of Kuram and move on. All right, and then I know he was in Parliament to report about the assets, but now that this report has come out, I realized that his reporting was not all adequate, was not complete. And for me, who is also involved in the transitional justice process and in this particular matter, I said to myself, well, with this report, I cannot even up to now see the list of Jammeh assets, the auctioning of those assets. I was never aware that there was a ministerial committee, for example. And therefore, I'm interested in that ministerial committee. Where they meeting? Where are the minutes of the meeting? Where are the reports? All right. And then there were cases that I never knew, processes that were going on. For example, the appointment of the receiver and the way and manner he came to appoint another person or entity as the receiver, to the, displeasure of the judge at the time, Amina Sise, which for me tantamount to either manipulation or disregard of the court or a judge's decision, because immediately that lady was on leave, he took the matter to another judge, a vacation judge, all right, who apparently was not aware that this process actually began with another judge, but just looked at, in their legal terms, they say it's an ex parte case, that is, just presented the evidence without other parties being present. And that is the function of the vacation judge. So the judge is innocent, but then I felt the Minister of Justice, Bobb, should know better, that I cannot just take this matter to another judge because that judge is away and actually would not agree or did not agree on this. So I'll just take it to another judge to make it appear legitimate and legal. So putting all these things together, Musa, we discussed yesterday. Actually, our response was to come. We are going to wait until 1 week to see whether the government would respond or even Bobb himself would respond. So we had set it for May 7th. But since we saw on the 3rd, Bobb himself issued what he calls a rejoinder, which is basically to reproduce his interview, verbatim with the Republic. Then it was like, okay, there's no more point to wait until the 7th. But yesterday we took a position that rejoinder itself, that interview that he had with the Republic, which he reproduced, in itself has raised more questions than provided answers. And so therefore for us it is very easy, given our role as a transparency and accountability organization, as people who have prioritized the good governance of this country, that no individual is beyond scrutiny. Yeah. So and when we have higher evidence, a more valuable reason, we will go back against our previous decision and make a new decision. So therefore, we have come up with this new decision, and we are not stopping there. Tomorrow morning, we are submitting a letter to the Minister of Justice to request, information about the Jame assets using the Access to Information Act, which empowers citizens to seek information from public institutions. So we are going to go there, and we will wait to see whether the Justice Ministry would give us the relevant information, fully. And failing to do that, we also are considering legal action. And if possible, to see how to undertake a demonstration, organize a demonstration for transparency and accountability on this matter. So this is where we are.
Interesting. There's not a single Gambian out there who doesn't have an opinion as far as this, call it the Ba Tambedu scandal or Bagate. Pap Samba.
Yeah, Madi and everybody. I first want to start by really giving kudos where it needs to go, and that is the Republic, Mustafa.
Yeah.
If you know Mustafa, you know that he's not somebody who just jumps up and write anything. He's been writing about this issue for more than 3 years now. He takes his time, and it was a very detailed report. Now, the burden now is on those who've been mentioned to prove that they didn't do anything wrong. But let's look at how we even got here in the first place. What is apparently being referred to as Jame's assets are assets that Jame illegally obtained through very corrupt practices. And when this fight was being fought, they were on two fronts: to end dictatorship and to also end corruption in that country. And this was why there was a need to have these very important commissions. The Jammeh Commission, which was supposed to look into the corrupt practices of Jammeh and his henchmen, and the TRRC will look into Jammeh's human rights violations. And we were not just doing it to just reveal Jammeh's corruptions, while we just after that, wade into another form of it. The government of the Gambia owes it to the Gambian people to fully disclose every single asset that Jammeh looted that was sold by the state. To whom, by whom, and for how much. This nonsense of where the privacy of those who bought it is neither here nor there.
Yeah.
Everybody who went there to buy these things knew that they were buying something that was forfeited by the state or forfeited to the state. And we, the people, deserve to know. Don't just throw a number at us and say we've collected $1 billion. No. I want to know how everything was sold and by how much and to whom. We have information. And I also have to give it to Quran. Because Quran could have just recoiled and said, you know what, I'm just going to play by their games. But he came and said, you know what, the way things are going are not right. And of course, he lost his job for that. But we have to know, because there is information. And this Jammeh thing has been going on for since its inception, since they started selling. People have been talking the Jammeh thing. Normally, I don't like going into corruption because it's always very hard to prove that somebody is corrupt. And there is always this tendency to just label somebody as corrupt by whatever they do. But like I was saying, Musa, as a strong defender of human rights and very much opposed to the death penalty, I believe at some point, maybe we have to institute that model. That if it can be proven beyond a reasonable doubt that if you are found to have pillaged people's resources, I have no problem with putting it to the gallows. Because Musa, every penny that is stolen from the people that was supposed to go to a hospital and didn't go there is killing Gambians who could not get the services that they were supposed to get from that hospital. So you're not killing them directly, but indirectly by your actions, you are killing them. Now, coming back to this issue, the government needs to reveal the list, because we believe that information out there that some people who are in the cabinet then and now bought some of these things, tractors and all these things. So this is the time to lay around. Yeah. Let's lay it bare in public. Let's all look at the names. I've seen Nyang Jai come and say, I bought a car. Now, Nyang, I don't have an issue with Nyang buying a car. Nyang was not a public official. They were selling, he bought. Whoever sold him a car, whether it is valued or undervalued, is responsible for that action. But if you are a member of the government and you decide to go backdoor and buy a property for less than the value, based not on anything but because of the position that you hold, pay us back our money. And that's it. And I believe, Musa, there is no way of sugarcoating this. There is no way of sugarcoating this. It does not look right. It does not look good. And unless we have the facts out, we are not dealing with the issue. I think Mustafa just scratched the surface of this matter. He just scratched the surface. We have to get to the bottom of it. And the Attorney General has a responsibility to release the information fully to the public. Don't tell us about privacy. There is nothing private about this. Yeah. If Musa has bought a property, you did not before they go and say Musa Jang has bought something. But let me use another name. If Falajai has bought a property, we want to know which property it is and for how much.
Yeah.
And I've seen Musa finally, members of the government, supporters of the government, going all the fingers must be pointed at Batambedu. Yeah, he was the one who did that. But you know what happened, Musa? Batambedu, if even what they're claiming is true, Batambedu served a government. There is no way that Adama Barrow and his government could also come clean in this. They cannot. Because these actions were done under the auspices of a government that is led by President Adama Barrow. No wonder they've, and look at this whole thing started looking very funny from the white paper. You had a white paper that tell you that at least 2 people who are serving in your cabinet aided and abetted Jammeh's corruption. You said, no, we are not accepting this. We are just going to reprimand them, but it's not enough for them to be fired. That happened. Do you remember the current, what do they call him? Protocol officer, chief protocol officer was mentioned. Mr. Sisi. Mambure Njai was mentioned. But because they were serving in the government, they say, you know what, yeah, this we can look the other way and deal with the others. And when you wanted those others, what did you do? We are going to amend the constitution so that those who were found wanting by the government, by the commissions, but want to join us can be pardoned. Jogoba was pardoned. Sabali was pardoned. And all these people, because they chose to now be in Barrow's books. So this nonsense has to stop. And I believe that let's have the full information out so that we'll deal with the matter. Thank you.
Corruption is a huge problem in our country. Everybody knows it, and everybody will stand out and speak against it. But we are all participatory to it. Fatou Jaw, what is this big elephant in the room? What's your take on it?
Forgive me, let me clarify certain things, taking my word out of perspective. When I said party politics or political parties should have term limits, it's not legal, it's informal. I'm just saying they have to encourage, you know, there are limits that they can stay ahead of their parties. I know it is not legal. Parties are going to choose whoever they want. I'm just saying we have to encourage participatory and motivating underlings in the party. That's what I meant. Okay, Mahdi and Jeng. First, we thank the Republican Mustafa, and definitely today, you know, Mahdi, I really, really, really thank you, and your decision to refrain to stand by what's his name, Ba, really moved me to tears, because Gambia is small. I suspected you knew Ba because I know him too. Maybe not as close as you do, but I know him. We all know each other. So in Gambia, it's very difficult because we are either friends or relatives to make each of us accountable. When this report, when I read it, I got sick. Literally, I mean, I was sick to my stomach. I was scared. I was moved to tears. Every day you see in the country things that you don't support, things that make you say, oh my God, I thought by now we would have done this. We would have been at this level. We see that here and there in our current political situation. But when I read the whole report of this, I got sick, literally sick, literally. I heard about this Jammeh assets, we have rumors here and there, but we don't know exactly. We all were thinking, oh, probably they were broke, they sold this thing so that they can give it to victims. Maybe they sold this. We didn't know exactly. And even that should not have happened. This justice minister should have told us exactly what was going down. Can you imagine when Jammeh was leaving, almost $1 billion that they labeled on him? I'm like, oh my God, we are done. I don't think we can recover from this. And then they choose a team. They choose a minister, a justice minister. They choose a team of people who are going to oversee the cruelty the cruelty part of Jammeh, the materialistic and greedy part of Jammeh, all sets of what bothers us for 20-something years. We chose people to represent us. And what happened? This is not like some smaller thieves ran into a warehouse and broke into and steal the things, steal all these properties. These are sitting ministers, lawyers, people that we trust, they paid fully well. The victims are not paid. Jammeh is not trying to bring Jammeh to justice. It's not there. It's not even in their interest. What was in their interest is how much in a hurry can a justice minister bypass and break all these laws and put all these Jammeh properties in a girl's hand or via someone. This is an insult to not just to our integrity. It proves how useless we are as a people collectively. Imagine if Mustafa did not come with this report. How long is it going to take us to know exactly what transpired? This is grave. I don't know how this is not just about corruption or no. We've been fighting a dictatorship for over 20-something years, trying to correct things that have been 23 years of Jammeh, 24 years. It's not easy. Taking from that era, respecting and putting putting up as a team, Mahdi and Musa, to look up to things. Instead, this is stealing. This dugalante, and this is broad day stealing, and it is shameless. I can understand even if some people crash from the street and break into and steal these things. But these are ministers. These are people who are representing us in the new republic. That's why I'm so disappointed in Barrow, because we thought Gambia would have been the top. Gambia would have been the top in the democratic measures before Senegal and Burkina Faso. Because remember, when 2016-17, we were the talk of the world. How we came together and beat the dictator, did everything to get him out of the country and put a democratic president in place. We would have been the talk of the town instead of Senegal and Burkina Faso if we did right? But no, this incident has opened a Pandora's box. Now we have to check into the commission, this Jammeh commission. We have to check into it. It's not what it seems. The TRRC, we have to look into it. But what Ba did is unbelievable. I cannot explain it. I know I'm not happy with the way Gambia is going, but I keep saying, well, it's difficult sometimes. Probably is the way I see things. But this has brought me to tears. It literally made me sick. I was sick. I was up to tears. I didn't know what to do. This is a very shameless. These people understand the law. We picked these people to represent us. Gambians are suffering. Not a single one of them said, let's give this van to Solo Sandeng's family to do it, to make it as a taxi. They just share it among their networks. This is share. This is not selling. You just bypass and break all the laws that Tasaho was trying to safeguard at least. Let's take our time. Let's make sure we account for things. What's the rush? You have to break all the laws so that you can put the past dictators' assets worth billions into a girl's hands whilst the country is crying. These people were not even there when we were fighting the dictatorship. Where were all of them? These new lawyers, the commission, the TRRC, name them. Who brought them in? So all of a sudden we're like, maybe they know better. So this, no, I'm behind you. You are going to write to the government, your organization. We need the full report. Who bought it? What are the assets? Who bought it? Why and from whom? And Mahdi, we have to find a way to take them to court if that's going to be necessary. know. But because we cannot be using government cover all the time. You know, government should work hand in hand with its citizens. We have to take them to court. You know, that's what's going to take us to know what really transpired and who got what. This is shameless. This is very heartless. This is very, how do they say it? I don't even know the exact word in English. This is way out of hand. So we are behind you. You're going to write to the government, if necessary, take them to court so that they can all answer, so we know exactly what transpired and who got what. This is a shame. We have all collectively failed. If Mustafa Dabo didn't come up with this, believe me, these government officials, they need to come to we will have to find a way to make them accountable. You know, this is too much. We cannot put all this under the carpet. This is beyond me. Since this report came, I got sick. Literally.
You said you were out of what?
Literally. Sorry.
Thank you, Fatou. Sorry, are you done? Sorry. Go ahead, Fatou.
Sorry?
No, go ahead.
No.
Sorry, I interrupted. I was saying something.
I thought somebody was saying. No. I said, but I think I'm done with what I said. That literally, I got sick of that.
Madi, if you're not having a pro bono lawyer, I know there are some who will come on your aid. We will raise the money to make sure we get that.
Yes, we will raise the money, and we're gonna make every because this is going out of hand. This is too much. Yeah, this is too. And people keep reminding me I worked for Barrow. I am a honorary advisor. I decided to be an honorary advisor when Barrow took office. When Barrow became president out of this coalition, I thought our democracy needed. We cannot be in a hurry to break everything that we got. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt. And because he smiled, you know, he's not very. But I think we were very naive. You know, I never joined or decided to be out of any political interest or any out of material interest. I thought we should have supported him a little bit. But we are very naive. The first thing why I left is the same with this bar issue. Not far from it, he wanted to join with the dictator. Imagine who does that in this world. That says a lot about us. If I stayed with him, what do I explain? What do I have to say? How do we support you? We all fought for 20-something years to bring democracy, to take the dictator off. And because you're needing votes, you want to run and fetch the dictator. If Barrow and Jammeh formed an alliance, Jammeh maybe would have been walking the streets and Barrow would have given him like 100 army people to guide him. You know, but this we can't. This is not going to go under the carpet. This is modern gangster. These are bandits. Batambe do what he did here. It's we cannot explain it. This is, you know, how can you pull out a justice minister, more than 100 million in assets, you know, break all the laws and all the what Jaita was trying to do, what Quran was trying to do, what Amina Saho was trying to do. No, you break all those so that you can hand those properties and give it to a girl. Where were we? No, we're pathetic as a nation. You know, selling off those airplanes, all of it. What's the rush? Jammeh properties was not even the first thing that we should take care of as a republic. It should be there. We should take our time, see how best we can profitably sell it, right? Or even use it to help us. I'm out of words. So we are just behind you. Do whatever is the needful, and we will do whatever it takes.
Yeah.
Thank you
very much, Fatou Jaw. I mean, Madi and the rest of the gang, like most Gambians, when I read, and again, kudos to Mustafa, not only a brilliant journalist, but a straight shooter and somebody very honest. And he's very courageous as well.
Bilahi.
Even journalists, we all have a tendency to publish certain stories and defend not defend other people.
Mm-hmm.
Gambia is a very small community. We all tend to know each other very well.
Mm-hmm.
That's what makes this issue very difficult for me, and I'm sure a lot of people. I did not know Batambedu very well, but I've gotten to know him. And there were public pronouncements that I made on this program on his behalf. And when this story broke, actually somebody called me and he said, you were the one who came and said Batambedu is the best Attorney General we ever had. I'm like, Yenku, I never said that. What I said was, he's one of the best Attorney General we ever had. I made that statement, and I do not regret it. And there was a reason. And Madi, you highlighted it. When we had change post-2016, a government was formed. Out of that government, really, some of us, this program, what we saw was a betrayal. There were few individuals within the government that we thought at that time that they were pursuing the very aspiration of change that we wanted to see. And Batambedu was one of them. We've all seen the reforms, whether it's the TRRC, whether it's the formation of the Janneh Commission, and the list goes on and on and on. There's no doubt that we are witnessing the results that Gambia, our judiciary, looking at 22 years back under a dictatorship, can be seen as very independent. And that has a lot to do with his work. So I came here and I said that, and I believe in that. When I read Mustafa's, I had mixed feelings. I'm like, wow. Like Pasamba alluded to, it did not smell right. It did not smell right. I'm not a lawyer. Reading the document was kind of very difficult. It was very lengthy and very lawyerly in a way. But there are certain facts that jumped out, and I think those are the facts. Jammeh stole and his wealth. Janneh Commission revealed it, and these assets were supposed to be sold. The process was not transparent. When you read the document, it was absolutely not transparent. And the average Gambian are asking, how was this process? Let me give you an example why I'm saying that, raised by Mustafa. Augusta Prom was the first person that was, I guess, from the courts. He was responsible for managing the assets. A deal was made with, and Ba also, when I read his rebuttal, he basically reaffirmed that. It was Augusta Prom, and he was supposed to, he went to court several times to basically make an extension for him to continue managing the assets. At some point, when it expired, according to Ba, my question is, why was it given to another entity to manage? And unless and until, I read Ba's rebuttal carefully, what I want to really see, or maybe Ba, what he has done in the past, is to have a press conference and answer directly to every question, not in a lawyerly way, but in a way that the average guy in Kudan can understand it. Key bagasemi lengon jay that belong to the Gambian people. Nakangen jaye dengen ko joh Augusta Prom. At some point it expired. You guys decided to give it to another entity called Alpha Capital. And ligina tayal suma hel moy. Alpha Capital was created in 2017-2018. Was it created because of just to sell those assets? Did it exist before? And how was that process? How did it happen? Ba indicated from his response that a ministerial committee was formed. Ahmad Ba, Musa Drame, and himself. How did they go about choosing this particular entity? Somebody who ended up making $89 million. That's a lot of money. Almost $2 million at that time.
In 3 years.
I would have really, because Batambedu is somebody that I trust, somebody that I believe is different. And as the story evolves, I want to be very careful. I want to allow the story to evolve. Yes, he has sent a rebuttal, but I think there is a need pour leeral. And unfortunately, that same Alpha Capital, Batamedu's wife, happens to work for that company responsible for selling those assets. Dafa teyal xel. And there is a need for clarification. Is there a timing? Is there a timing issue here? That maybe, really, that has nothing to do with anything? And to allow his wife to purchase one of those properties. And again, I'm not a lawyer and I don't want to get into the legality. Man, I'm just getting into little suma hell. And I'm showing lolo tell heli a lot of people. And I have to believe that there are Gambians that are really honest. And Batambedu is one of them. In the past, he has faced situations and he takes it head on. And I think he needs to do the same thing. Fumjarek leral. And not to sound loyally. Because leading you the moine, the very people that bought those properties, they were well connected. And that somehow, Batambedu, you did participate in that. It was given to Alpha Capital, fairly or unfairly, as far as Gambians are concerned, average people, because the guy is well connected. And coincidentally, your very wife also worked with that with that company. That also needs to be clear, even though Ba said very clearly that the wife was never involved in selling those assets. That is why I think there is a need to sit down. You either sit down with Mustafa, because Mustafa Gambians believe in him. There are a lot of online media out there, like you always do, and answer the questions. Our country needs that. Like Pasamba and Fatujao alluded to it, Gambians bought those properties. People believe that it was given away. The only way it can be cleared is to put it out there. You bought the properties. Musa Jengman Jenana Jame property. I have absolutely nothing to hide. But unless and until we get to the bottom of it, I think it's going to be political, it's going to be pointing fingers. And man, I believe if Ba wants to clean himself, he has to do a lot more than just that rebuttal that was sent a few days ago. I have no regrets because of what the man has done as Attorney General. I did not support Batambedu or say those things because I knew him. I did not know him. I doesn't know my kids. He couldn't tell you even the name of my children. I cannot even tell you the name of his children. I don't know the man. The pronouncement was made because of who the person was at that time and what he has done and achieved. And that hasn't changed. But his involvement in this particular thing, the fatal. And the only way he can confront it is to speak directly to the Gambian people. Again, I'm going to repeat myself, not in a lawyerly way. If mistakes were made, take responsibilities for those mistakes. If you do things in a way, Bohamne, the involvement, whether it's your wife who became your wife later, it needs to be cleared. For your sake, for your reputation, because you have done well. Out of this government, you were the hope. And we don't want to give up on this evolving democracy. Again, like I said, I do not want to take a hard position. I know it's an evolving story. And everyone, the presumption of innocence, I think is important. Even though it stinks, and it really stinks. But we still need to give him the benefit of the doubt. Because how many people were accused? At least he came back a day or 2 days later to explain and tell his side of the story. And I think that is the beginning. But like Madi said, maybe it even made things worse. That is why I am of the belief there is a need to really sit down and take this issue head on. And not only that, the government also has a role.
Yes.
Amaka was named. Musa Drame was named. They are still in the government. Who are other people that actually benefited from these assets that belong to the Gambian people, not Jammeh? We all see the APRC people that are saying, oh, blah, won't go. These people, they have no shame. They really do not. And again, Batambedu, you need to do a lot more. I think you need to do a lot more and explain what happened and take responsibilities for mistakes and move on. Brother Marong.
Thank you, Father Mose. I listened to you, and I think you spoke from your heart. And as I said, I read his rebuttal, and I think, the central theme of this conversation, and I quite frankly, Batambidu has been caught in the bull's eye. I mean, he takes the onus, but the onus transcend beyond him. There is a president, and I think in the last 48 hours, there's a lot of conversation. Bad did this. But if you look at, I'm not a lawyer. I'm reading his response, what Mustafa wrote, what his response is, and especially people are saying Aminata Sao said this. Aminata Sao said this. But we got to look at the law, though. These things are complex issues, right? So Amina might be a judge, but does the Constitution, the composition of Janet Commission, does Amina's power supersedes that, right? Because what Bai is saying is, okay, she filed that, but at that point, the Commission of Inquiry has been composed, and they have enough power to sell these assets while the commission is ongoing. It's a legal jargon. I'm not a lawyer. It's subject to interpretation. But I think the fact is, again, I'm not going to be judgmental. I'm going to be open-minded as things are. Yeah, let me finish, Fadu. I'll give you a chance to go in because I haven't spoke about this. Yeah. So I think the key issue here is the way the process is conducted. Even the auction, they were saying it's a seal auction, seal bid.
Really?
Yes, it is. It is a seal bid. That's what he in his response. That's what he did. And I think there were fundamental flaws in that whole process leading to that, right? So we're talking about a president who ruled Gambia with iron fist for 22 years. And those assets were not acquired in the normal way. So there is actually a vested interest by the public to know these assets. And I think the one thing you could have done was to be transparent. The whole process needs to be transparent. I think that's number one. To do a seal bid was unfortunate. I understand think about it. There were assets that were taken away from people, families. In his response, he also said they were given opportunity to buy back those properties at the deep value, estimate of that particular property. Now, my question is, giving them 30 days to come up with that sum of money to pay that, is that fair and equitable when they own those properties and because Jammeh was a dictator at that time and seized their properties? And I think those are processes that kind of gave me pause into the whole process. Now, the fact that there's a transition from, Mr. whoever was appointed as a receiver, he also said the commission is the one that employed the new receiver. They let the 180-day lapse because there was no reason to extend that, because the commission has the mandate to appoint a new receiver to replace Mr. Prump or whatever his name is. So I think, Musa, the fundamental issue is still now there were people who were involved. How come the list is not published? This is a public interest. People are interested in knowing who purchased the assets. By move on 2020, 5 years. I believe if I get it right, June of 2020, 5 years still now we're talking about this. And I think how come the list is not published? The citizens wants to know who purchased this and how much. And I think it's a vested, it's very important, and it's very, very fair in the interest of transparency. Because if we're saying that Jammeh did this, and we're coming in and we're doing the same old.
Worse.
I think it's a cause for concern, and it raises a lot of suspicion. And the one thing that folks needs to do, and everyone needs to do, is be transparent, come clean, and including Bar. Bar needs to come in, have a sit down, answer the question. You know, the rest of the team, answer the question. But there's key players, key actors in this whole thing. And I think the current minister, he went before. The National Assembly has an interest in this, but that also died down. There was 1 week, oh, we need this list, we need. After that, Dawda went down and said, I think it's private or some crap that he said at the National Assembly. Since then, the topic died down, and it should not die down, because I think it's very, very important for folks to come out and level up the whole process, how it goes in and all that. And I think the tone has been set from the get-go, and Coach has lamented on this. When the commission writes the report and said this person has been adversely mentioned, I really do not think when we start pardoning folks, treating people differently and all that, this is what it leads to. And that's what we are in today. And I think my piece of advice will be, folks needs to come in and level up. I mean, I think the shift has been on Bar, and the government has not taken any response. No one is talking about the government. I mean, I think the list is still there. It's still at the Justice Minister. Publish it. Let people know who bought it. The auction should be transparent. I don't think the closed bid, that's a non-starter. And who bid? What was the auction like? What was the highest bidder? You got the Qurans in the wall saying, oh, what I saw, there were people who actually had a higher bidder, but I was at the auction site. They called me and say, get off the auction site. It brings a lot of integrity issues into question. And I think the only people who could do is the commissioners, Minister of Justice, the ministers that are impacted needs to come clean and explain to the public. People are interested in knowing the truth and getting to the bottom of it. And I think that's my addition, Father Moss.
Yeah. Brother Madi.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say something.
Yeah, I just want to add a little thing before I forget. You see, in every profession, it doesn't matter whether it's elite, whether you are a lawyer or a plumber. Every job, every work carries a sign. There are some ethical points to every skill or every job that you undertake, or whatever you study in school. You pass exams, but there's an ethical part to it. If you're doing the job practically, it doesn't matter whether you are a lawyer or a plumber. You see, after Jammeh left, you will never see me anywhere. When I saw Bar, he looks active, but I had my suspicions, but that was me. And that's the Gambia. If you hold your suspicions and be cautious, either you are jealous, if they are rushing into all these things and you're taking your time, you don't belong, either you are jealous of the person or so and so. I was very cautious about Bar's appointment, same as Tangara, same as DRRC. I've never watched DRRC in full, just snippets. It took me a while to warm up to SFAL and all the lawyers there, because I've never known them for 24 years. I've never seen any of them participating in anything Gambia. We were in a hellhole. The lawyers that you would see, they were the Lamin Kamaras, Buritures, Awasabalis, Apahari James. You can name them, even though we don't know them, but we know those who were on the ground with us. So when this TRRC came and these commissions and these appointments, None was there for 24 years. So because of that reason, I hold, but I'm like, you know what? You have to give people the benefit of the doubt. Maybe they are hiring them. They know something that we don't. And, and this is a fresh start. So maybe they're giving everybody a fresh start. None. Did you see the Bankamanes in the commission, the Pasamba Jaus, the Madi Jobates, the Musa Jengs, or the Sariangs? None. So that I was very suspicious about these newcomers. Out of the blue, they sat on this, the money dried up, pang, they all left back to Netherlands, back to places. So that makes me more sad and makes me more like a fool. I'm like, you see, this is what we suspected all along. Where are these people coming from? Of course, they are Gambians like us. They have all reasons to be part of the government. But where were they for 20-something years? We've never seen them. So that alone is suspect. So maybe these are just careerists. Ba just came, sold these things. Even if they sell it, this is not sell. This is giving away between your networks, amongst your networks. Very disrespectful, very unethical. You will not expect this for a new democracy, a new minister, a new dispensation, a new Gambia. We're trying to break away from a rotten past. And then look at what's going on now. It's worse than what we were coming from. Is this what we all fought for? It makes us all look useless collectively. This one cannot just pass like that. We are going to give him the benefit of the doubt, but we'll see where it goes. And we are going to take legal actions in all these thieves, that are destroying people's, whether properties law or lands law or selling Jame assets law. These are worse than Jame. All their interest was in Jame's properties. When they sold it, where are they? They all left. Nobody stayed to create anything. None. So we have to be serious and start doing things the right way, I guess.
Fatu, I know that all of us are hot, but I think your last statement, they are worse than Jame, would be sanitizing Jame. Nothing can be worse than Jame, even though what we are witnessing is really bad. And Madi, you did mention going to the courts. But the fact that it took a commission, the Jame Commission was formed to look into this. Do you think maybe there is a need to form a commission to look into what happened to Jame's assets? Because again, Gambians, you go to court, it's going to take forever. A commission, Jaharang, will deal with the issue, and all of us will witness it.
So in our statement, I'm sure you saw our recommendations. One way of doing that is for a presidential commission to look at the outcome, the disposal of the assets. Mm-hmm. So the president, as he has created the Jana Commission, can also create, by the same constitutional process, Section 200, set up a commission to look at the disposal of the Jame assets. One. Number two, the parliament also on its own can set up a parliamentary inquiry, like they did on the Russian saga, oil saga, to also do a parliamentary inquiry. So that those options are there. Mm-hmm. So which goes to say, I think what all Gambians should demand is transparency, first and foremost. BA should have provided the whole information, all right, and even before BA, the commission, Jana Commission, Mr. Surata Jana himself and his team should have laid out all the information as a matter of law and responsibility, all right. Now, they did not do so, and Coach was talking earlier to say how it's difficult to determine corruption. So that before today, you hear all sorts of stories about these assets. APRC people talking about it in a certain way. Kura himself was the first to say things, to raise issues. And then, press conferences were held when Ba was minister. Questions were asked in parliament and they will speak, it appears they speak in piecemeal. But you can see there's a general doubt as to how these assets were being disposed, handled, managed, including the proceeds. Okay. So now that the Republic came out with this story, and this is why we cannot thank Mustafa and his team more. We have seen information. I mean, like for me, for example, I thought my level of involvement, interest, and awareness about issues in the Gambia is such that I will be well informed. But when I read the Republic, I realized that how much ignorant I am, or I was, about these assets. So you can imagine, how many more people felt so ignorant now to realize so many decisions were being taken. I never heard of something like Alpha Capital, for example, or a ministerial committee or a technical working group. And so many decisions, ASOB decisions and so on. So I realized, there is so much that I didn't know. And so that for me, the government bears primary duty to be transparent. And this is not just a legal matter, this is a moral issue, because as Coach said earlier, our transitional justice, fundamental in it is about the corruption and the violations. And TRRC was set up to address the issue of the human rights violations. And the Joint Commission was set up to look into the corruption, the mismanagement, plunder of our resources. And so these two institutions are so fundamental also in the system change that we need in that country. Because the information that should come out of these commissions, the recommendations they should make should go to not only propose constitutional and legal reforms, but also institutional, even cultural reforms. All right. So government had a responsibility to be fully transparent about this matter. Unfortunately, I have come to realize with this independent republic that BA was hugely not transparent enough. Okay. He's left. He can, as a matter of personal responsibility, go and call a press conference, write a rejoinder, explain himself. He can do that. But we are talking about law and institutions.
Crazy.
So the government the Ministry of Justice bears responsibility to bring out the information, and there can't be a matter of privacy here, because this is not somebody like me or you going to a supermarket and buying chocolates. This is about a former president in power in our government who has taken public property, private property, community property, and personalize it, and then also multiply that to go and get even many more properties, like buying planes, using his office to accumulate property wealth. So therefore, whoever comes to buy that wealth or that property, given our transitional justice process, is a matter of public interest, legitimate public interest, and we need to know, especially when you are selling them, to make sure the whole process is legal, is legitimate. So Ba or Dara Jallo, when he went to Parliament, said we cannot disclose the list of names because that is a privacy matter. I completely disagree with that.
Yep, me too.
So for us as Edward Francis Small Center, tomorrow morning we will submit a letter to the Minister of Justice, standing on the Access to Information Act, to demand the list of buyers, the amount of every item, the items that were sold, and the items that were not bought, and the revenue generated as a whole from these assets, and what is the status of the remainder of the assets and the overall revenue generated. Gambians have a right to know this, and the minister, as the government, has a duty to give this information to Gambians. If they fail to do so, we want to go to court. But beyond and above that, we will try to mobilize Gambians to protest, to demand transparency and accountability. Because, Musa, this is not just about the Ghana assets or Batambedu or, even Barrow right now.
Yeah.
This is a a cancer
Yep.
that has been afflicting our society for the past 80 years, for the past 20, 30 years, and going way back. This culture of corruption that the state continues to perpetuate so that they transform public institutions, public wealth, and personalize it. And that is the reason why there is poverty in this country, there is poor service in this country, because apart from these assets, you know, government contracts are not, the port, we talked about the port contract, governments don't know it, haven't seen it. We have written to the ministry, to the Gambia Ports Authority in October 2024, as Edward Center, to demand a copy of the port concession agreement. Ports replied to us that based on a clause in the contract called condition precedent, they cannot disclose or give the document. But they said in the clause, it is stated that January 2025, they will post the agreement in their website. Up to this morning, since January, every day I check the port's website. They have only a page mentioning Albarek. They refuse to publish the contract. And so this scandalous, irresponsible criminal act is what you see, whether it's the security port report contract, Semlex contract, the telecommunications contract. I mean, the government, people in the government refuse to disclose to Gambians how they are managing the institutions, the resources, the wealth, the office of the Gambia to the Gambian people. Nothing is more scandalous and and disrespectful than public officials refusing to disclose to Gambians how they are managing our country in our name, for our benefit, for our welfare. So for me, I think it is high time Gambians come out and demonstrate that we want a government that acts according to our will. And that is what the Constitution has established, that the government will act according to the will of the people and for the welfare of the people. So this, for me, is the indication. And examples are so many, but I think in particular, this assets issue is a moral issue, it's a legal issue, it's a national issue for which I think, I hope when we call Gambians to come and demonstrate, Gambians will come out and look, the trajectory of this country has to change. You know, I mean, Coach mentioned this Janet Commission recommended certain officials to be banned from holding public office, and they rushed the Commission of Inquiry Act in the National Assembly with a certificate of urgency to change it. And immediately, individuals that have been banned in the Commission by the Janet Commission came to be given ministerial and top government officials in charge of institutions and functions in the government.
We're not serious.
I mean, that is blatant abuse of power and gross violation of the rights and dignity of Gambians. And I think we have got to get to a point to say, look, this country has to be run according to our will and according to the values, the norms and values, the standards of good governance, of legality, of legitimacy. Otherwise, we are endangering the very life, the very existence of this country. Because where you have individuals abuse power, plunder public resources, disregard laws, personalize institutions, and then nothing comes out of it, that is impunity, and that is ground for a conflict in any society. So I think Gambians, I hope you see the seriousness of this matter and be ready to once get up and then confront what is happening in the Gambia, because I mean this is scandalous. Yeah. Sure. I mean, why would we sit here? You are not giving us information about something that we all know where we came from. How did these things happen? You know, so I think for us that's our position. And tomorrow morning you will sure know that the Minister of Justice will receive our letter.
Yeah, I see some people are basically, just quickly saying that, I mean, a commission is just a waste of time, nothing can be done. But again, when everything is said and done, if we really want to get to the bottom of it, having a commission, how these assets were disposed of, Mari is talking about a list, but what was the criteria that was actually used in terms of selling it? Was it like put out there on paper and people bid? Was it auction? How was it done? That is, when Alpha Capital took over it, how was it? All that people don't know, at least I don't know. Going to
It's
a
a
commission.
steel bid, Musa. It was not out in the public. That made people have come out and maybe and I think that is the essence of this whole thing, right? If you think about, okay, could we have done better, right? The evaluation of assets and all that. I understand the properties that were taken from private citizens. I mean, you can inflate the value of the property and sell it back to them, but at least, be transparent, right? I mean, the vehicles that were sold, I mean, what is the list? What are the models? Did they do proper inventory of the vehicles? What are the years? And all these things are very, very important because you wanted to sell it at a fair market value price. But that has not happened. And it creates a lot of concern for people. And think about it. We're talking about, we wanted to set up a reparations commission, and we're talking about we're deficit of how many millions because we cannot have that. So if you think about all these things, then the question comes, what were we doing? Why do we sell all these assets, which we could have done? I think ideally, if I was the guy, I think one of the best thing you could do was sold those assets, give it freaking back to the families that he had to torment and killed and maim and all that stuff. I mean, what is the deal? But that has not been done. There is a drag.
Sorry, the assets were actually sold. You're saying that the best thing is to sell them and give the funds to the victims.
No. What I'm trying to say is the manner. You were talking about whether it was, I said it was a sealed bid. It was not competitive enough because, the auctions like Musa goes 10,000. For example, a Range Rover. We said, the price is at the 25. Fadijo said 30,000. Madi said 40,000. I'll offer 40,000. Coach comes in.
Exactly.
I will offer 50,000. I said I will bid Coach bid. I'm going to go for 60.
All in public.
Sariang, if that was the case, I'm just telling you, then whether it's fair, because a lot of people are saying it was just given away. I'm saying, based on what you're saying, this is why not all Gambians.
No, I'm with you. I'm listening.
Not all Gambians know that. They're thinking that Batambedu and his cabal, in a very shrouded secrecy,
yes,
they were the ones selling these assets to people that they know at a price, Bohamne, it's worth a lot more than that. So I'm saying,
I think they need to give by chance to highlight it.
Because people are running
I
away.
need to explain this because I really think even Mustafa's write-up, Mustafa does not indicate that. I mean, we have to be fair here, Musa. There's no lamb in here. The fact is, I don't think the report indict Bar that the assets it was his beneficiary. I think the fact is the process how it went while he was an AG, but I don't think it was just handed over to people. There was actually a bid. I mean, whether it was low than the actual market price, and I think that's where he needs to come in and clear the air that this is how the process goes, right? I think it's very, very important.
See, Mustafa did not say that. Yeah. There is a reason why people are basically what I would call, connecting the dots. There is a reason why, Edward Francis Small, that is Madis, there is a reason why they withdraw their recommendation. It has a lot to do with that. So even though it wasn't clearly indicted, but come on now, people all over, they're saying that this is exactly what happened. That blatantly, Ba used his position, fairly or unfairly, to get Alpha Capital. People are asking, why Alpha Capital? That needs to be cleared if I were him. And also Alpha Capital, how did they dispose of these assets? who were these assets sold to. The reason why people are saying, put out a list. If it was just a sealed deal and anybody could just go in there and go through the auction. I remember when we opened a business, Banker and myself, we went into these auctions. They were selling it, and then we would say, oh, offer. People would say, this is what they offer. People would say, this was offer. So if that was the case, then clearly this wasn't just sold. This wasn't sold to people that were well connected. Lolo then dapat need leral, not in a lawyerly way, but in a way where Gambians can at least understand it. If I were him, that's exactly what I will do. I will take the bull by the horn and speak directly to the Gambian people, not to hide behind legalese or legality.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think yes, you're right. He's the one who needs to clear that, especially what's been going to 40. I'll come out and I will even press on to say, hey, the list is there, and I'm sure the list is there because Dawda Jallo, when he went to Parliament, he said, oh, some type of private. I mean, it needs to be published because there is a vested interest in this. And I think all this suspicion, okay, if you sell the Range Rover for undervalue, but what was it? Because there was a need to do. You have to have an explanation. You just cannot say we had a sealed bid. Well, so who are the preference? Who purchased this? It might be a family member, or it might be some type of business. And I think that's where there is a gray area, Musa. And I think you and I had this conversation, and I said, that is not how it's supposed to. We have to set the precedent, right? So the fact that citizens wants to know, and I think the process needs to be transparent. I mean, it shouldn't be the highest bidder should be behind this, not some type of preference list on a closed bid. I think that raises eyebrow with the amount of assets to dispose of, and I think that that is where a lot of people are questioning what happened, right? So I think it's fundamental to come out and clear the air. It's very, very important, very important.
And the information is there.
Yes.
Sometime 2020, I think, Bobb went to Parliament, about this assets issue, and said they raised about $1 billion out of the assets, the sale of the assets. I know there's a list of the sales, the assets and their buyers, because we have been following this matter, or myself, long before today. And I remember, through whistleblowers, got at least a page, a snippet, a page of some assets sold. All right. So meaning, and that is from a whole document. So it's at the Ministry of Justice or Ministry of Finance. So the information is there. They just need to share, and that is what we need to be calling for. That they share the information, because the 1 billion they said sales. I don't know, but I cannot ever remember in the papers or a public announcement on GRTS or the media announcing that on this day at this location there will be auctioning of assets belonging to Jammeh. So the public is hereby invited. I cannot remember that, because normally when assets are being auctioned, we hear if like GRA or ports itself would make an announcement that vehicles would be parked over there, would be sold on in an auction. We would hear those things read those things in the media, but I cannot ever remember something like that about Jammeh. All right, so and Jammeh's assets, which in itself is a misnomer, because they don't belong to Jammeh. These are public. They should be considered public assets. Right. All right. So that when you are going to dispose them off, by whatever means, by whatever way, Gambian citizens have the right to know, that this is going to happen, and a report should come to say this is what happened. So I believe all the information is with Ministry of Justice, the Ministry of Finance, and State House, and they need to come out and lay out the information. I can hear from Bobb, fine. I mean, he was a former minister, but I think to hear from the official sources right now. Ba is not an official anymore of the Minister of in the government. And he will only explain himself and so on and so forth, even though it will have to be when he was a minister. But I want the situation as it is now, the onus is on President Adama Barrow, first and foremost, to, if he had read this in Republic story, I think Adama Barrow, first and foremost, to advise himself that let me go and bring clarity in this issue. There are doubts here. And I hope he will take responsibility and leadership on that. All right. And therefore demand his Minister of Justice and Minister of Finance to gather all the information and, they go and present it to the public. And where there are discrepancies, the president can set up a commission of inquiry, or if there are discrepancies that they know, to send the matter to the IGP to investigate and prosecute accordingly. All right. And where they need to, they found some people culpable through a legal due process, they either return the materials or they, pay the full amount of what that material should have cost. But I think Barrow needs to take that responsibility. Definitely.
Yeah. So, guys, obviously,
today Musa gang, with everything else, man, Musa got the last word. He says we should not cast aspersions. We should not rush to judgment. We have to wait.
A lot of people
Is that you?
It was just given away. I'm saying, based on what you're saying, this is what not all Gambians. No, I'm with you. Who is this?
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. What was going on?
That sounds like Banka's voice. But again, we are definitely going to be talking about this issue. It's not going to go away. And we will try to bring Mustafa here. And also some people are suggesting we're going to reach out to I don't even know what's going on. We're going to reach out to Batambedu as well. And hopefully, because again, I think most people are saying there is no more information. I think there is, really.
There is more information. Trust me, there is more information.
Yes, a lot more, because you said it, Sarian. Huh? This thing is very complex.
No, it is.
I tried that document 2-3 times because I wanted to get to the bottom of it, really, and find out for myself.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And not just to get into the legalities, but I think if I were Batam, I would come out, not necessarily clear my name, but to put the record straight. If mistakes were done, I will admit to those mistakes, all right, and then move on, because our country needs that. I mean, it's a question of what the country needs. Here we have somebody who's told ill-gotten wealth, and we turn around, thought that at least this is an opportunity. We squandered it instead. I mean, it's done in a certain way that people are saying, oh my God, there they go again. We squandered the opportunity. That needs to be looked at. And we also, Mari, you said something. Mobilization. I can guarantee you, Nyuntami, we have responsibilities as people. If everybody is shouting of this corruption thing, but if there is mass mobilization, nobody wants to come out. At least we're not talking about something violent, but to speak directly, truth to power, and say, we have a problem with this, and this is what we demand. To me, going to court, that's fine. That's okay. It's going to take 5-6 years before we even get to the answers. Unfortunately, the way the court system works, before you know it, we are looking at a new government. And this story will be history, or the same government for that matter. So for me, I would like to see a commission right away deal with this, whether it's parliamentary, like Madi is talking about, or coming from the president, whatever it is. And the people need to do something about it, to at least speak out and say, we have a problem and we need answers. But we will be back next Sunday and Sunday after next.
Definitely, the ratings are out. They said, Musa, you are at 80%. But today, to be honest with today, to be very fair, You spoke from your heart, and you were very fair. I'm very, very impressed today. And I must, today I must add, I agree with you when you said the people that we have today and the work that Batambidu did, that we are today, we're better off than 22 years ago. That, Musa, I agree, and I yield to you, sir, and have a good week ahead. All right?
Thank you, brother man. Thank you, brother Mahdi. Always.
Thank you, Mahdi.
Thank you. You know, you will hear from us. No problem. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you, Sarian.
Thanks.
Talk to you on the other side.
All right, man.
All righty.